All right, good morning, everybody. Two notes. One, we have a quick budget committee meeting before we get to public hearings today. And number two, and I'll say this again at the end, we start tomorrow at 9 a.m., not 9:30, so just a reminder for that. So with that, I'll call the Budget, Audit, and Board of Review Committee to order. Today's Monday, October 20th, 2025. I'm here, as are Council Members Green and Thomas and Council Member Harris. So that takes care of the first item of business. Second one is approval of the minutes of the September 17th, 2025 Budget Committee meeting. Councilmember Green moves, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. One more, 3 yeas, no nays. All right. Third item is Amendment 1 of the Master Service Agreement between the City of New Orleans and OpenGov. Here's Kyle.
Good morning, Kyle Homan, Project Delivery Unit. So this is just to add additional funding to the OpenGov contract for the implementation of Cartograph, or the asset management system. So we'll be able to get the cameras where we'll be able to go into all the facilities and document the current conditions.
Are there any questions from the dais? Oh, Councilmember Green, how much is it, Kyle?
How much is the increase? Which is something that I will probably ask on a regular basis when the administration asks for an increase in a line item.
$231,000.
And you are assured that that can be covered through the year 2026 based on the budget submission that the administration is going to make?
Correct. It was budgeted through the bond project.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by well, I don't know what happened. Councilmember Green, you mind doing it again? Thank you. Second?
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. You want to join me?
All right. 3 yeas, no nays. And then on the next item, thank you guys. The next item is from the Officer of Inspector General. They're trying to acquire a passenger vehicle. They said they've had issues with the ones for the standards that they have, and they've issued a short email about why they would like the exemption. I've heard from them. Is there anybody else here from OIG today? No. Are there any questions about this? I mean, the bottom line is they need a car, and they claim they can't work within procurement to get what they have. And I will just say mine's been broken, so I'm sympathetic to if you need something, there's only so long you can last through it. So I'll move for approval of the exemption. Seconded by Councilmember Green. And then Councilmember, this is from their budget too, for self-generating funds. So,
yes. While I am sympathetic, I wouldn't mind if the Inspector General is listening, a little bit more detailed explanation as to what type vehicle they're trying to buy that makes us have to give such an exemption. Because of course, that means this vehicle is going to be with us for a while. But
Councilmember, I found their email. This is what they say. All right, so they said the justifications for exemption are fourfold. One, operational necessity. The vehicle for which exemption is required serves a critical function that electric or alternative fuel models cannot currently meet due to limitations in procurement, range, power capacity, and specialized equipment compatibility. Two, infrastructure limitations. They say that where they are, I think this is the biggest issue, with the lease agreement, the Federal Reserve Bank for our space prohibits them from making any alterations to the property, from using electrical current that exceeds the existing feeders. That's different, obviously, from council where we put those things in. They say they are committed to doing that, and that they only have one reliable vehicle right now. So there's all these four, but really the biggest one now that I'm remembering and seeing in writing again is that they can't put charger stations because of where they currently are housed. So I understand that. Now, I mean, candidly, like, I think it's a lot to ask people to use your home power source to charge your car when if the city is asking you to do this, and the city ought to have a space to do it, and they're not in a city building. Now, we can talk about moving them back somewhere else. That's a different conversation.
well, in the long run, we could talk about putting one at Gallier Hall since they're next to Gallier Hall, but I don't want to belabor that point.
Yep, no, it's fair. All right, may I have one more vote, please? 3 yeas, no nays. Calvin, given that we voted on this before noon, I'd like both of these items on the consent agenda, please. Thank you. All right, with that, Councilmember Green moves for adjournment, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? Aye. 3 yeas, no nays, and we stand at adjournment. Okay, now we'll move to the proposed budget hearings, day 4. This is primarily the mayor's office, along with the aviation board. And so we'll just start in order. If anybody has reasons that they want to switch things around, just let us know. We're happy to accommodate you. So we'll start with Office of Youth and Family Services. Good morning.
Okay, now let's see. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, good morning, good morning. Thanks, Fran. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and get us started. Asia Hallett, Director, Office of Youth and Families. In our presentation today, I kept the PowerPoint brief, but I do want to give overviews on the different pieces of it. And of course, if there's any questions or anything, my team is taking note, and then we'll just follow up with anything after the fact if I happen to not know the answer on hand to one of your questions. Okay, so starting with department goals for 2026. So we have been working on the youth programs directory as one of the main focuses over this past year, and then also going into 2026. We just completed the first phase of that directory. That directory was able to come to fruition because of a allocation Councilmember Geruso had allocated. And so I just wanted to give some updates on what that work has looked like. And then to share what the next phases are. So far, there was originally a $600,000 allocation. 125 of it was used. The rest was actually sitting in escrow, and God works in mysterious ways because it actually bought us a lot of time to do a little bit more research on the work, which I think was necessary. And so what it has looked like over the past year is convening over 80 organizations, a 12-month study, really looking at what is the difference between the data that currently exists and then also the data that we want to be collecting. So as you know, there's organizations like the Data Center, Tulane, ERA collects data. There's a whole bunch of different institutions that are collecting data. And so when we were looking at this, we started asking ourselves, well, what does this data that currently exists represent? And then is it something that's productive for the city of New Orleans moving forward? And so for us, what we realized is that there's definitely holes in the data. And I think it might have been Lamar over at the data center who pointed out that the data that currently exists represents questions that had previously been asked, but not necessarily the questions that we need to be asking to get to a more productive community. And so what that has looked like is aligning with what we want versus what we've had. It looks like working with infrastructure. So an example of this data work for us, I think the Opportunity Pass is a perfect example of what this data now represents. And so when we were looking at this, we were like, okay, what's missing? What exists in a community that has everything that it needs? And then one of those pieces was something like transportation. And so that's how the Opportunity Pass came to be. But I think people look at the Opportunity Pass and the first things that come to mind, they're like getting young people to work and to school. And I think there's actually another piece that we were able to pull out, kind of thinking about this data piece and talking to young people. So there was a young man, we've done a whole bunch of different interviews with a bunch of young people and their families. But there was a young man who told the story of, I think it would cost $1.50 to get on the RTA at the time. And he said that him and his friend, they were catching the RTA on Canal. He said that he was 25 cents short and they wouldn't let him on the bus. And so he said, I was left outside by myself. He said, I was terrified and I was alone. And I just thought about when we're talking about data, when we're talking about things like the Opportunity Pass, when we talk about these different pieces, I think sometimes we're missing this human connection where actually we as the adults, the grown people in that child's community taught him that for 25 cents, his safety was just completely worthless to us. And so those are the kind of things when we think about what is the lived experience, the quality of life for young people and their families. As a mother, if my child was left outside over 25 cents, I'm furious. And so I think those are the pieces when we're looking at the data hub, when we look at the infrastructure, we're like, how can we start putting more of these pieces together? And so that's been the work over the past 12 months on this. And so things that are coming out of there now, the fiscal mapping. So there's 3 parts of this data hub. The first of it being, yes, there is the hub that will be a platform that collects this data, but the other piece of it, the other pieces of it are the youth programs directory, which allows us to see 200 plus organizations that exist in the city of New Orleans, and we're able to map them out and see where they exist. So what areas have what types of programming, and then also be able to see the frequency of those events. So how often are these things being hosted? And then we can overlay that with the data set that we have also called the Joy Map. So this is where young people over time, over the past, I would say 3 years, have been telling us, these are the places that we frequent, this is where we go, this is what we like to do. So now we have these data sets where we're able to look at overlays of where do you want to go, where do you enjoy being, where are the places that you find joy. And so that's something that's really exciting to us because we can say, hey, you're telling us your program exists here, but young people actually don't go there. So either your location needs to move, right? Or maybe, we choose a new way of operating. But it's important for us to look at how the data overlays. And so that's something that's been important. We've also been looking at our fiscal map. So every year we put out a fiscal map, and it's looking at where money is moving from. So our public dollars. And so in the fiscal mapping, we went ahead, I think the new version of it will come out before the end of this year. But in looking at the fiscal mapping, we've also been looking at what is the difference between what we allocate or what is allocated to a thing, so not just city, but like how much money is given, and then also how much does it cost to expand and to make sure that there's quality. And so those are 2 different numbers, and it's really important that we look at those data sets because when we talk about advocacy, not just to the council, but to the legislature, to our businesses, and whatever the case is, we often advocate for a number that's too low to actually solve the problem that we're looking to solve. And so that's another reason that we look at that. And then on top of that, when we are looking at this data, especially from the point of the youth programs directory, we, in our office, Melissa's job, part of her job, she goes through and she meets with all of those organizations. So not only do we see where they exist, we know what they're doing, but then we're also asking, what is keeping you from doing your job? And so a piece of that, 2 things come up every single time. It's one, funding. Yes, there's like the actual like unrestricted funds funding, but then there's also, do you have a brick and mortar to actually do the work that you do out of it? So those are 2 pieces. And then the other piece is business development. So they're also recognizing that there's a whole bunch that they don't know how to do yet that keeps them from being able to expand. So now we have an access issue, not just because we have said, oh, do they exist or not? They do exist, but they're not able to expand because they don't have the funding or the space to do so. So that's been the work that's been happening because of that allocation. And so we are going to be looking into the next iteration of that, which I can gladly share follow-up numbers with after this presentation. The next thing that we've been focusing our attention on is a plan for expanding access to quality childcare. So the other day when we were presenting with Agenda for Children, one of the questions that came up was like, okay, well, what are our opportunities for expansion with childcare? So separate and apart from the millage, the United Way, one of our partners, so where we convene, one of our partners, the United Way, has partnered with us to look like what does early child care expansion look like across the city of New Orleans. So not just looking at our ECE centers, but this was really about making sure that we got with our public, our private, and our philanthropic partners. And so in that space, that's where it was really our office, Dickie Brennan's, New Orleans and Company, where we started collecting data on this. And so what we did, I know that we had been talking internally about our first responders in childcare. I know that there was interest in figuring out a brick and mortar for that, and I'm certain that those plans are still rolling. However, when we did the survey, so there were 328 public employees, so us, and basically it said 76% of the local public employees have considered leaving their job, cutting their hours, refusing additional shifts or promotions because of childcare. And so that's like our actual in-house employees. And then we also found that the hours that they needed childcare were actually starting at about 6 a.m. until about 6 p.m. And I can also, like I said, I can share all of these graphs and all of that with you after we leave this space. And that the way that it would be most beneficial to support them would actually be through stipends, because then they would be able to, which is actually much easier and less liability on the city, by the way. To be able to just do stipends. And so that means that if a shift quickly changes, if you have a sick child or whatever the case is, we actually could just potentially reimburse for the child care that you need in that moment. And then a person can keep using the village that they already have. And so that's one of the ways. But there's a whole menu of them. So the United Way has been an extremely wonderful partner. When I brought the city's needs, we were already looking at them for hospitality workers. We were already looking at them in all these other sectors. And economy of scale, basically we were like, if we need it in one place, we might actually just need it in others. And where can we crosswalk these to say, hey, this group of humans could benefit from this, and this group of humans could benefit from this, without it being like, oh, just city, or just hospitals, or just, like it's actually the same need across the board.
Did y'all do a breakdown on the stipend costs?
So that's a piece of it, but we actually have to go back and look at some more data from our emergency workers, because the hours that an emergency worker
Right.
would need versus like,
I know overnight, things like that.
yeah.
right.
And we also did.
We freewheeling it now?
I'm sorry, I just stepped in while she was talking about this because I'm really interested.
Well,
in
I'm
it.
a yield to the
I
general
apologize.
lady in the center.
No, I'm done with my questioning. That was just my only one, and I'd love more information on this. Thank you.
And Asia could give a second for Councilmember Thomas now.
Yeah, of course.
No, I was going to let her finish a lot of her presentation.
Okay.
This is an important issue.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would also even reframe with like, it's an important opportunity, because we do have the infrastructure in place, and I think we do have the will. Obviously, I'm not like a stranger to our budget circumstances right now, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna share it, so that way when the time comes, we can roll with it. So, and then also I think it buys us time to make refinements in this moment, so that way when the time comes, just step right into it. So overnight, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. was about 13 people. Yeah. And so the bulk of it was 195, which was the 3 to 5 p.m. So that's really like aftercare. And so subsidizing the cost of aftercare, I mean, I know that I, again, as a mother, had to pay $250 a month. Subsidizing aftercare is actually pretty low left. So. Okay. So yeah, so that has been the focus in that childcare space. And then if I look in the next bucket, where we have continue expanding access for youth via OIF programming, ECE millage, the youth master plan. So a whole bunch of things fall into that bucket. And so if I just start with OIF programming. So the things that have been in our bucket, we have pathways, and we have summer success, two-lane scholarships, all of those pieces. We just welcomed our newest two-lane scholarships recipients, and probably about 2 weeks ago. And they're just like a wonderful group of young people. And I think what's also special about that space is that our alum who have previously won that award also show up to that space. I think what is probably most special about what has happened over the last few years is making sure that we have a diverse range of young people from across the city of New Orleans who are now represented in those numbers. So there has been an increase of public school students, also Black, Brown, Asian, Latino students. Like, we have the highest numbers to make sure that they actually represent the makeup of our city. And so we are really excited about that. We also received a Bloomberg Youth Climate Action Fund grant. So initially we had received a $50,000 grant, and so we what's the word? gave those grants out. I don't know. We disseminated those grants. I'm like, I awarded grants. We did grant stuff to young people for youth-funded projects. And so that looks like it was all about climate. And so we had some displays that went into Ogden. We have some that were investments in like the physical land. And so actually, if you go over to St. Roch, there was originally a garden that has turned into a investment by Home Depot and Lowe's, so that way they could actually build out that park development. And that was just like all one young person and a teacher's idea. We then, because of the success of that first round, got an additional $100,000. And so then we also went ahead and awarded those grants to an additional set of young people. And so those projects are happening right now. Also happy to let y'all know if there's any upcoming opportunities to visit them and see those great things. As it relates to Pathways, another program that we have in-house, we have a 96% success rating. Over 122 young people have completed that program. Success rating is, if you think about the inverse of a recidivism rate. So they're coming in, they're staying in, they're doing well. We started, as you might remember, with 15 weeks. It has since gone to 30, and it's gone to 30 because the young people were like, this is actually one of the few spaces that we have that is safe, that is meeting our needs. And so they requested for an additional 15 weeks, which is the alumni piece, which really focuses on that work connection and that continued leadership development. So a lot of them end up mentoring the young people who end up coming in after them, so that we can have a cycle of support for those young people, because one of the biggest deterrents to our safety needs is connectivity. And so we try to make sure that that's the case. As it relates to other projects that we have in-house, we have consistently been invested in the work that happens with parks and play spaces. We love a green space because, well, one, I think, it falls into quality of life, but also when I think about the physical built environment that young people and families are living in, for it not to be reflective of the care that we have for them, I think is a disservice. And so when we think about when you walk outside, or do you have the ability to walk outside and be in a beautiful space for free, that's something that's really important to us. And so it has looked like, yes, the big green easy, which we'll probably end up talking about more tomorrow with Parks and Parkways and Nord. But it has also looked like, and I should back up. Originally, when the Big Green Easy came out, we were going for an EPA grant that was about $20 million. Things have shifted in the world, so those things are not available. And so from there, we decided to pivot and we said, okay, well, we can't do that, but what can we do in the immediate? And so we have been looking at what does it look like to have more water infrastructure in our parks. And so at first we went to our partners at the legislature, and they were like, hey, we got some more pressing things, so it was a no-go there. Last year, doesn't mean it's this year, but just throwing that out there. And so then we said, okay, well, how do we make this more digestible? And so what we actually did in OCAI, Rochelle, a queen, she was like, well, what if we do micro splash pads? They're less expensive, and we can have more of them throughout all of the districts. And so we've been partnering with Nord, Parks and Parkways, OCAI, to look at what does it look like to build in some of this water infrastructure in the parks that already exist, or as we are building new ones to make sure that it's a part of it. I think the other thing that has been really interesting about being able to work with OCAI is looking at how do we make our parks and play spaces something that's a benefit when we think about tax breaks and all these other different ways to make our green spaces attractive to people to invest in. I think that office has been a really great support in thinking about that. So I just wanted to throw that out there as a win. So I'm really excited about that. And again, we can share the information for that too. And then lastly within this bucket, but not leastly, the Youth Master Plan. As I mentioned earlier, the Opportunity Pass is something that we're really grateful that came out of that work. And one of the reasons that we're grateful for that work is because the Youth Master Plan is about building the infrastructure so that way people can do the work that they already do, right? So within the Youth Master Plan, there are a host of different organizations that focus on a host of different things. And so RIDE, led by Courtney, she's always been doing this work. She's always been focused on it. We said, hey, if we put this youth master plan together, if we put this 10-year roadmap together, how is it that we are able to support the thing that we all need that is coming out of your space? And so that's one of the things we're really excited about, but also I think going to the work that I just named about the youth programs directory, we know that in order to make sure that that access to the places, like you can get on the bus, but where are you going? So in order to go somewhere, we have the programs. And so we say, okay, well, what are the programs that are doing great work in this city? Like I said, we know them, they're in-house. That's what we do all day long, is figure out who's doing what. So then we said, okay, well, we also have this Culture Recreation Fund that is actually one of the only ways that we've been able to, as a city, quickly disseminate money to people doing the work every day. Because God knows if it comes to my office, it's gonna be routing for a long time, okay? So that Recreation and Culture Fund is actually something that we would love to see continued and expanded. And so, one of the asks that I know, again, even if it is not for today, but is for something to consider down the road, is looking at what does it look like to do a $9 million investment and say, hey, let's strategically look at the different organizations based off of one, maybe need or type of program or region or whatever the case may be. There's a whole lot of different ways that we're able to allocate those dollars, and I think it would be really cool to have something like that that we know works expanded. So there's that. We're gonna continue our convening for 2025, so all of the spaces that we sit in, I'm sorry, for 2026, all the spaces that we sit in, so the New Orleans Early Education Network, United Way, the grade level reading, Youth Force NOLA, we sit in Sandy Krasnoff with Criminal Justice Coordination, so wherever people are willing to share information, then we are willing to sit in those spaces, because the only way that we have any connectivity is if people are sharing information. So the dots are not hard to connect if we have awareness. I can pause after this, because I know I've been going for a little while, because the rest of the stuff is quick hits.
It's your time.
Okay.
Wait, hang on now, Councilmember Green.
Well, it's interesting that you comment on the Culture and Recreation Fund. You feel that that's been a very positive vehicle in terms of getting monies into organizations that would not be able to get funding otherwise, right?
Yeah, so I will say this. There's a few things about it. One, I do know that people need reoccurring sustained funding. So I don't think it's the end-all be-all, but I do think it's a really productive first step, right? If I just think about a system that can work to do the job, right, getting the money into people's hands, I think that is a way, right? I also do know that I do know that we would have to be more strategic about how those funds are disseminated. For example, there is, I met an organization, actually, Chuck referred them to our office, and they work specifically with families, right? So they say in order to support young people, we know that we need to wrap around the family. What it costs to support them is very different than what it might cost for someone who does recreation, right? And so I think us having to be strategic about, okay, well, what is the balance between this need that's like serving a family versus the need of building up young people in a recreational sense are two different things, but I don't think that it's a matter of does it work or does it not. I think it's a matter of what do we want to see happen in the next allocation? And how do we want to focus those dollars, and also how we can communicate that to community. We're focusing on this right now. That doesn't mean that we don't care about you long term, but we need to get this thing solid and stable. And I think that's something that we miss. I mean, not for anyone's doing. There's just not enough money flowing into people's hands for there to be stability. So.
Well, I hope that you'll be a strong advocate for it, because right now it's been proposed, it's not proposed in the new budget submitted by the administration. So you have the ability to make your recommendations to the powers that be, that such a fund that has the ability to get directly into the hands of the organizations, such as the organizations that I personally have provided funding to, Roots of Music, Girls Play Trumpet, Black Boys Read, and so many other organizations. There is a role for a fund that gets money into the hands of organizations that wouldn't get it otherwise.
Now, I'll say this, I'm an advocate for the stability, but I also know that we've had to make cuts. I haven't had a deputy director in God knows how long. I have about 2 staff members in Goodwill that keep our office running right now. So I trust that if something, as I would in the next administration, that if something has happened that says that not today, that it's for a reason. And so, yes, I want to see it happen, but beyond that, I couldn't speak to the numbers. So, and I want all of this stuff to happen. I also recognize that not all of this is happening today. But I'm gonna make sure it's on the table. I'm gonna make sure that people know how I feel about it. And then when we get our ducks in a row, then we can roll.
Your commentary is appreciated.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I was trying to wait till you get through most of your presentation, but since we went there, so let's stay there. Office of Youth and Families. First of all, congratulations. You know, history records who's really successful and what works and what doesn't. But what we do know is that the work that you guys have done with that office has set a standard. Everyone wants to duplicate it now when you talk about city seats, focusing on families. I thought that for the last several years, I was a lone voice, especially talking about black families. Since 1968, African-American families has continued to be decimated. Today, only 30% of our black children walk in a household with a responsible adult. I know we're promoting individualism, but I don't know why black families don't matter anymore, but they should. It's a level of stability, it's a level of psychotherapy, and economically, when those families can pool their money and purchase homes and value. So maybe there's a churn here where at some point people will start talking about black families, Hispanic families, 78% when you talk about couples, Asians, 80%, whites, 75%. So thank you for what you've done. I think we see a trend there where what's happening with kids and what's happening for families are finally getting some attention. So you should be very proud of yourself for that. But some realities, post-Katrina, black children are poorer than they were pre-Katrina. African-American families per capita household wealth are actually, in the last 11 years, when you read the data center report, they're actually poorer per capita. Hispanic families have surpassed African-American families. Asians are on par with whites. And this may not matter to some people, but in the community, when you don't have economic equity and parity, then those things like crime and delinquency and education and all those, and home ownership, all those things matter. And we haven't moved the number of the needle when you talk about dealing with economic parity and fairness. Not because I say it, because of support. So how do you tout success when your majority demographic still seems to be on the low end of the totem pole? But we were talking about funding. I've always said that New Orleans, and especially when you talk about children and majority of our community, we're the green stuff in the vial, in the social scientists lab. They've been trying to figure out how to dilute it for 70 years. So when you talk about funding for programming, there are some programs that historically have gotten millions of dollars, preferably funding agencies and nonprofits, but we still are on this roller coaster with delinquency, with economic well-being, emotional well-being of black children and black families. So my question is, do we have a rating system? I had heard a young man say this at a meeting at Lawless several years ago. His name was Byron Cole. He said we should probably analyze organizations that get money for dealing with our dysfunction, because in many cases the same organizations get the millions and millions of dollars over years, but you still have the social disparities are still with the groups that they get funding for. So is it possible to have a rating system that says this group has made an improvement in the work that it's done, not roller coaster, but sustainable?
Yeah.
And how do we rate them versus organizations? I think it was Ms. Villavaso, when she worked with the city some time ago, she had highlighted organizations that got millions of dollars to deal with young kids, and other organizations that got literally no money, but they dealt with more kids and had more of an impact. So how do we begin to make some improvement there? Because giving out money isn't the answer, because we've been giving out money to deal with the delinquent, little poor, bad black kids for a long time. And every now and then, every so many years, we still have the same issues. How do we rate who we fund and whether they're successful or not?
Okay, so I think there's like 3 different pieces of this that came to mind. First, and I probably should have started this when I think about our mission. But one thing that I think has always been a miss in people's understanding of the Office of Youth and Families is that all of the stuff that I'm talking about is not just funding for programming, but it's really funding for the ecosystem. And I say that saying that taking care of young people is economic infrastructure. Young people 0 to 24 make up almost 1/3 of the population, and they all belong to a family. That means we're talking about the majority of this city at that point. So if there isn't a plan, if there isn't funding, if there isn't a consensus on the plan that exists, the youth master plan that does exist, if there isn't consensus on that, then we're actually missing an opportunity to have a future forward plan for the city of New Orleans. So it doesn't exist without young people. And I say that saying that I don't disagree with all of the things that you just named, and I would push back and say that it is a funding issue, because funding is not just funding the program, but it's also funding the quality of people who are running that program. So you can't keep paying people $45,000 a year and think that you're about to get the best and the brightest, or the ones who can sustain long term. So you can peak at the best and the brightest for a moment, and they say, hey, I gotta feed my kids, I'm out. And so I think that we actually need to be thinking about, do they have benefits? I mean, like, that's a funding thing too. And again, it's not all the city of New Orleans doing this funding, but we actually, again, when I say true cost funding, which is something that our office is looking at, what does it cost to have talented people who are able to sustain in this work being fairly compensated to do the things that they do long term? The other piece of that, when you say, hey, some organizations are getting this versus other ones who might need it, our office is the only entity in the city of New Orleans who pays attention to the entire ecosystem. That is what we are created to do. There are people doing magnificent work in community. Nobody else has our positionality. And because of that, we can tell you who's doing what and where money needs to go. But we have to be trusted as partners to do that work.
So that's my question. XYZ organization got $1,100,000 in funding, and they only dealt with 100 kids. Then you have another organization that got $100,000 of funding, and they deal with 300 kids and have had more success. How do we rate that?
NOYA does that. Sorry, that was the other thought.
So my question is, we don't lack funding organizations that deal with kids in this community. We've done that for decades. But when you look at the social science related to juveniles, we're always on this roller coaster, whether it's delinquency, whether it's performance in schools, or whether it's behavior or all the other issues. So is there a system that says XYZ did its job, they should get more funding, or that ABC did a better job, they should start getting the funding that XYZ got?
So,
if you understand what I'm saying.
yes, I do. So the New Orleans Youth Alliance does that. That is their job. They actually look at the programs. They help develop the programs. They help to say, hey, these are the things that you should have in place in order to be effective. So that exists. The question then becomes, do they have the funding to expand and do that for the entire ecosystem? So yes, it can be done. Can it be done for the entire ecosystem on what they are operating at? Not at the moment. So that's one piece of it. The other thing is, if it costs $100,000 or $1 million to take care of those kids as the vision is set, then I don't actually have an issue with that. It should be expensive to invest in our children. Like, it should cost money to do what we need to do. Does that mean that I don't want you to not have it because they don't have it? I want them to have it because they deserve it, and they might be doing 2 different sets of work. What we often also forget is that there's a whole lot of kids in the middle that are neglected. It's in education, it's in the city, there's a whole lot of kids that we don't pay attention to. So I would actually argue that whatever it costs to do it, it just needs to be figured out across the board. It's not one or the other, it's both.
Well, I don't want to give you any pushback on that, but whatever we fund,
okay.
we've funded a whole lot, but the results, especially when you talk about the social science and the data, has not matched the level of funding.
But how we sustain the funding even
you.
after it got good? Because often we pull back funding after we say, hey, it's working, it's stable, and then we stop funding them. or the funding shifts.
Well, that's not my point. My point is that
That's what happens.
there are hundreds of organizations over the last 60 years that have gotten hundreds of millions of dollars to deal with the dysfunction. But it hasn't impacted, when you look at the data, if you read the data center report, if you read CCA's report, it hasn't impacted those kids. So my question is, I wish we could fund every organization to the max. My question is there a system to say that that group that you think, no matter how much money they get, is good, they haven't impacted the way that group that either doesn't get funding or gets very little funding, who's had a real impact in the
Yeah,
community?
that's the work of NOYA, the New Orleans Youth Alliance. That's their work.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Morel?
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on the comments of Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember Green. I think part of the reason why we created the New Orleans City Council Youth and Recreation Fund was for that purpose, he said, which is that there are organizations in the city that have great relationships with the Kellogg's, the Wallace Foundations, the All-State Foundations. Basically, you have institutional organizations that have figured out to some degree how to pursue national funding mechanisms. Then you have all of these local organizations that are doing similar work that, I mean, I go back to what Freddie and I found out in his first year when we were dealing with Heroes of New Orleans, that they were having a fish fry every Fridays to keep the doors open. And with the Rec and Culture Fund, the goal was to give access to funding to those organizations that have been in the community for years but are not so sophisticated that they got plugged into national networks. Now, what I would say, part of the reason why we do that through the Greater New Orleans Foundation is they do track the metrics of those organizations. They require them to produce reports. They require them to distribute money quarterly so that they can make sure they're hitting financial markers and they're doing the disclosures required for public money. But there certainly is an argument to be made that there has not been a history of equitable, sustainable funding for a variety of organizations in the city of New Orleans. The other reason why we created that rec fund is because we found that from mayor to mayor, each mayor would have a different set of priorities as far as funding for different organizations. You'd have an organization through one mayor's term that would get funding consistently, and then when the reins turned over, it would go to different organizations. And you saw organizations make great strides only to essentially be reset until they could find a mayor that would want to fund them again. And so that is certainly the problem that we have not solved. I mean, the Rec and Culture Fund deals with that on a smaller level as far as the grants that the council gives out. But as far as having sustainable programming for organizations that are independently evaluated for returns, I appreciate that's what Youth and Advisory is supposed to be doing. Is that what we call youth and
The New Orleans Youth, who is it, NOYA, New Orleans Youth
Advisory.
Alliance?
Alliance.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
so
Thank you, the acronyms.
I appreciate that that is what they're trying to do, but I think that the challenge is if they are going to be providing measurable metrics, those have to be publicly available and easily found. And I'm not saying they're not. What I'm saying is a part of the problem we have with data in the city is the data is available but not easily found. We don't do a good enough job as city government really directing people, because people just use Google and type in, I want this. And what doesn't immediately appear, they think it's not available, when in reality, all the data is available. We just don't create user-friendly dashboards to get access to it.
So at the start, my first starting point for this was actually the Youth Data Hub.
Right.
Designed to do that. So that is the function that we want to fill in that space. So we see the same gap as you, and we agree with that gap, and that's why, you know, NOYA being one of our partners is important, but the Data Hub being one of our partners, Tulane being one of our, like, the school, we have 80+ partners in this, and we're saying we know that data exists, so how do we start merging that together so that way we can just say, go to this place to get what you need?
I think it's also important, though, and I think this speaks a lot to Councilman Thomas's point. When we're talking about groups that are evaluating these metrics, there has to be multiple layers of evaluation, because a two-lane evaluation of whether a program is functional purely based upon data and metrics created in a sterile environment. It's very different than an organization that has historically been in a community, let's say like Cultivating Youth. Cultivating Youth, great organization, Mac Terrence, they do great jobs, but when you look at how they're trying to get the average mom and dad to drop their kid off, they may not be as sophisticated in producing the metrics that a Tulane wants to do an evaluation, then they might be viewed as a not successful organization, though if you look at the community that they're in and how they impact it, sometimes the metrics are much harder to gauge.
Yes, and that's why Melissa in our office, who does strategic initiatives, pulls directly from the youth programs directory, them being one of the organizations to meet with them to understand those pieces, which is why we found the development piece is where they're struggling, so pulling in money, but also the expansion, like actually like building a business. So to your point of, yeah, we agree, like we see that and we know that, and that's part of the data pieces that we're tracking, so that way we can say, hey, these are all of the pieces, and to move forward with it. I think, I will say that the fact that like we are sharing this moment right now is like we've been thinking the same things, and I think there's a slide, I don't know if it's in here, but it was given to me originally, was what do we need in order to move forward that doesn't cost money? Well, it's these conversations, because I wholeheartedly, every single thing that's been said, we see happening all the time, and there are different pieces that are able to address it, but they're not able to address it in full force because they're
Do you
not
have
funded to
that
do
level of interaction with the mayor's New Orleans Tourism Culture Fund, NOTCF?
Yeah, we work pretty closely with Lisa, yeah.
Because what I will say is, whereas I can go ask Ganaf what was the ultimate outcome of the funding for an organization, what I find very interesting is that the Culture Fund gives direct grants to people. The mayor's New Orleans Tourism and Culture Fund. And whereas it is very easy for us to look on a demographic, how did this money, this organization impact X amount of kids? How do you track the money given to a person and whether or not it actually changed the metric?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that if that's something of interest, you know, like whatever the vision is for young people and making sure this thing works, like we are happy to be a part of figuring out moving forward. We literally it just has to be brought to us, and then we can start coordinating.
I mean, just because when you're looking at how we can consolidate resources in a way that's sustainable, obviously this council has said we believe that the Wisner Fund would be a great way to create a sustainable funding source annually for these types of programs in a way that could be measured and could be judged using variable criteria, because we want to make sure we're not just using the sterile lab criteria, we're using the actual criteria of communities and how they're positively or negatively impacted, but also looking at all those funding sources, all those revenue streams, and how we can consolidate them into kind of a general hub of funding that all these organizations can have access to. So I think that's something going in the next term that we're going to probably have to have a more in-depth conversation on, because we need to make sure that all the funding is going into programming that helps our kids, helps our families, helps the culture, but also in a way that's sustainable, because it's much more realistic that if we have a revenue stream dedicated to these different goals, they'll have consistent funding than just have them come out the general fund each year, which is subject to the ebbs and flows of how the city economy goes. So thank you.
Okay, so this is my 3 staff members. We have one that is in the mayor's suite that we've been able to work with to give us some more capacity, but this is what we got. This is a proposed budget for next year. Budget impacts, we've had to stop some programming.
Asia, I wanted to stop you here if you don't mind. And again, I'm not trying to throw shade, but I am trying to understand. The next one, sorry, on budget impact, says.
Oh, but wait, budget impact, okay.
Yep. Second bullet point says the millage, and I assume you're talking about like.
REC millage, yeah.
Yeah, is also dependent on tax collection we're watching the revenues and making adjustments accordingly, but this has the risk of further reducing revenues. I don't understand that.
Yeah, so because of our ECE millage, a piece of it is that state match that we mentioned the other day, and it's a one-to-one match. And so for every dollar, basically, we know the max that the state is able to give us because we've submitted that already.
Right.
But if our tax revenue doesn't match that, then we run the risk of not getting the totality of what the state is able to match. And so that's basically what that was intended to say.
So just
We're
to be
just
clear,
watching how much is still coming in to see how much of the state match we're able to get.
but I guess there's two different issues, and that's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Issue one is we're not collecting, and that's an issue. It is, I mean, just what, and again, I'm not trying to be judgmental, it's an issue. Issue two is if you roll it forward and create more taxes, then you get more money. So I'm just trying to understand, is it the first bucket, the second bucket, or both?
I might be out of my depth now. What I do know is, well, originally in our budget book, we were sitting at about 23 million for what was going to be, proposed to be collected
Sure.
for taxes, right? For our millage. Right now, our latest assessment was at, I want to say 22 million. Yeah. Yeah. And so what we're saying is we know that because the state will match Agenda for Children dollar for dollar,
Right.
because we haven't hit the 23, that means that we're not going to pool basically the city's 23 and the state's 23. So I don't
got
know
it.
if Brandy maybe explains it more clearly or better than me, but that's essentially all I'm saying about that.
Well, ultimately, any millage dollars that we're separating out, if our property tax collection is lower, the millage payout is going to be less. And so
Right.
that's basically what she's saying, but their match would also be less from the state. But if our collections go up, then that total can change as well.
Right. So, but again, Brandy, what I guess, and I'm not trying to jump on anybody, I just want to know the answer. Is the issue a collection issue, or is the issue one of raising taxes to get to the point of more revenue?
I would have to defer that to the economists.
Okay.
I didn't ask that detailed level of question
Okay.
with the revenues.
Yeah, can we get an answer to that? Because, look, I mean, I think we're all saying the same thing here and on the same team about this, which is if you have available revenue, then let's go chase that. And if it's one of collections in particular, then let's go make sure, because if the portion to youth and family rises, that means the portion to other parts of the millage rise as well. So we want to get that straightened out.
Thanks for asking that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
And these are just some contracts we have. I don't know if y'all really want those, but.
I have a question on the contracts.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Moreno.
So on these contracts, are these through federal grants or general fund?
These are general funds. So these have come out of our budget. I've had a couple grants. Let's see, my Children's Bureau STEM Library Lab, I was able, so we've had a few grants that have given us like $40,000 or whatever, but most of these are coming from general funds.
Can you send me kind of the breakdown on these contracts and just what you've gotten grants for and what are all general fund?
Yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, Asia, thank you for your presentation. The caveat is I sit on the Children's Bureau, but I do have questions about these contracts. So these are expiring in December, not to be renewed,
Correct.
correct?
So,
So providing mental health services to youth in various schools and programs in the city is something that we contract for now that will not be renewed in 2026.
yes. So we originally used to do $100,000. And then this year it went down to 25. And with our current state, it's sitting at 0.
And again, it's pathways, providing hands-on internships, mentorships, and mental health services to system-involved youth. That ends in December, not to be renewed next year. I just want to put a fine point on, these are services that you all have contracted for to provide our children who live in New Orleans. And because of budget cuts, we're not going to be able to renew these contracts. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, I have a several comment cards here, so we'll get through those. Katie Hunter Lowry, Nate Bryant, Michelle Seymour, Deborah Levy Pearlman, Pastor Chaplain Lisa Williamson, Angela Kinlaw, and Charlene Smith. And I want to thank everybody for the best penmanship I've ever seen in comment cards. Good morning.
Good morning. That cannot be true of my penmanship. That's very generous. My name is Katie Hunter Lowry. I work for the Vera Institute. Since 2006, Vera Louisiana has successfully worked to reduce the number of people held in local jails and partnered with people in the New Orleans justice system, city leaders, and community organizations. Vera is a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition, which is a growing group of individuals and more than 40 social justice organizations across our city working to build thriving communities and specifically address the root causes of violence. You all have seen the Big Easy Deal, which is a funding roadmap that asks the city to make key budget investments in our young people, affordable housing, violence prevention, and more. And we're here today and so involved in the city's budget because our youth are our future. If we want it to be bright, we need to help them thrive. And a community that is safe for our young people is by its very nature safe for us all. There is data and collective buy-in to our work with the Big Easy Deal, and the Office of Youth and Families aligns with the comprehensive roadmap of the Youth Master Plan, as has been said today, and the comprehensive phase strategies outlined there. We, as residents and advocates, are not unaware or naive of the budget crisis facing our city, and this reality makes it more important than ever to carefully prioritize where our tax dollars, our grants, and our revenue streams go. After being here for this hearing today and hearing all of the questions about these little pieces of the office's work and tracking and comparing to other programs, we really hope that this council keeps that same energy for departments like NOPD, which in the face of a budget crisis are seeing increases to their budget, as opposed to places like the Office of Youth and Families. Our Big Easy Deal invests $10.7 million in the Office of Youth and Families budget to further the work proposed here today, and our organization and coalition strongly opposes any budget cuts to their crucial programming.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. Thank you. And I'm also, we kind of said, we're going to do 5 comment cards per subject. I'm going to give everybody the 2 minutes they need to and be fair to everybody because we're over 5. All right, Nate Bryant, Michelle Seymour, Pastor Williamson. Nate Bryant? Yep.
All right, good morning, everyone. So again, one of the things that I would like to circle back to, I know there has been some hesitance that has been expressed, particularly about the way in which the Office of Youth and Families gathers or maybe presents some of their data about whether or not something was impactful. I do not want that to overshadow the fact that, again, those needs still have to be met one way or another. Because what's the alternative? Seriously, what's the alternative? Because programs like the Office of Youth and Family or some of the different nonprofit organizations that we mentioned, when they get funded, that is how we make these children a better candidate for successful lives. But when we do not increase the funding for that, we only make them a candidate for their building on Tulane and Broad, or sometimes their 18,000-acre plantation, more affectionately known as Angola. So it should go without saying that, again, I know we're in a rather austere fiscal outlook, but these needs still have to be met one way or another. And to see that the Office of Youth and Families, I'm not sure if I read it correctly, but I'm more than certain that slide said they only had 3 staff members. That is abysmal. You cannot run an organization that is charged with helping our youth and our families in a city in which, again, Councilmember Thomas stated that more black children are impoverished today than they were prior to Katrina. How is that possible? In a city in which where we've seen the budget probably increase at least 2-3 times fold. So again, that cannot be the answer, that cannot be the reality, and whatever means we have to use to make sure that these means are met, I support that. So with that, I don't have anything else to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Michelle Seymour, Pastor Williamson, Ms. Kinlaw.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Seymour, and I'm the Re-Engagement Center Director at the New Orleans Youth Alliance. I am here to be in support of the Office of Youth and Families, as I have been in previous years as well. The New Orleans Youth Alliance is a proud constituent of District B and Councilperson Leslie Harris's district as well. We heard a lot today and a lot of questions about why it matters that we have an Office of Youth and Families. And I have to say, it is a bit discouraging to hear so much questioning around the necessary requirements to make sure that our young people are open and thriving and successful here in the city of New Orleans. We have over 110,000 young people ages birth to 24, which represents 30% of our population. And while we have an amazing youth master plan as our North Guide, we do not have a continuum of care for those 110,000 young people. There was also a question around data, and I do want to share some data that is public-facing, and I invite all the council members to engage with the New Orleans Youth Alliance, the Office of Youth and Families, and New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board to hear about some of the wonderful work that we've been doing on behalf of our young people here in the city. Excuse me. And just this year, the Opportunity Youth Collaborative, which supports young people 16 to 24 here in the city of New Orleans, connecting them back to meaningful work and education pathways, we had a 3-year goal funded by the Hilton Foundation to reduce the number of disconnected young people in the city by 7% in 2026. Because of our coordination, because of our funding through the Hilton Foundation, we've already exceeded that goal by 10% in over the last 2 years, and we are expected to reach almost 15 to 17% by year 3. So this is in testimony to what happens when organizations are well-funded, but also well-coordinated with an established Office of Youth and Families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Green and Thomas, y'all want to speak now or at the end? Now.
I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, I'll go now.
Okay.
Anytime you ask questions about performance and better results, the data doesn't lie. The data supports the fact that we've put more into youth programs, in many cases gotten less results per capita than most other cities in America. We continue to fund programs that don't impact our youth. You can go back 70 years in this city when you talk about juvenile delinquency, crime, and then the whole term opportunity youth has always been unsettling to me. We identify opportunity youth with no opportunity. So, I mean, these things can be cliche. We can be satisfied with folk getting funding or the fact that they can maintain their program. But at some point, if the delinquency models don't go down, if juvenile detention doesn't go down, if juvenile poverty isn't erased, then all we're doing is funding programs and we're continuing to spin our wheels, and we've done that for decades. So at some point, all I'm asking for is that a rating system or a result system, and like I said, the first time I heard this was from a gentleman named Byron Cole, who said at a meeting that any organization that got funding for dealing with kids, there ought to be a rating system to determine their level of impact and their level of sustainability. So anyone who thinks that's the wrong kind of questioning is not looking for the right kind of results.
I think I would like to comment now.
Sure, absolutely.
I just want to add to that and make it clear, because words matter. I don't want somebody to walk out of here or have even the media walk out of here. No one up here has said, unless I missed it, that we don't support the Office of Youth and Family Services. You can ask questions about where resources are going and what we can do to do better, but I just want to make it clear on my end that I strongly support your office, and that's what my comments and questions were. I don't want us to get into a situation where it's being suggested that any of our comments are the antithesis to having an Office of Youth and Family Services that worked well. I don't feel that way. I don't think there are many people who feel that way. So thank you for the work that you've done. And I think that you would agree that in the past, the council has provided support, not only to your program, but to NORD and to others, knowing that there were subcontractors with different skill sets, if you will, that got work done. But there is no opposition to the work that your office does.
Thank you. Councilmember Morrell.
Yeah, I'll be less effusive, but to the point that Mr. Green made, I feel like some of the comments might have been prepared from last year, but to this year, some questions were asked, but no one has suggested cutting or getting rid of the Office of Youth and Families. I do think that we're all facing kind of the dire reality of a $160 million deficit. I will state this, as many different organizations come up, this is the proposed budget by the administration. This is not the council's proposed budget. And as you've seen over years, the council will establish its own priorities and will move money around based upon things like your input today. So for those of you who show up today in support of the Office of Youth and Families, there is a purpose to that, which is if you're here supporting that and if you're here to provide constructive commentary on what you prefer to see funded and prefer to see unfunded, that is helpful to us because as we continue this negotiation with the administration, the budget will reflect the comments that are here today as well as many other considerations. So taking the time out today to support a particular organization, taking the time out today to say we think money should be here and not spent there, that is a valuable use of your time because this is the time to do that. I do not know, Mr. Chairman, if we're having actual district level meetings. I don't think we've been given that instruction yet. I know the council had to do them last year because the administration did not do them, but we have not heard yet, but we will seek as much input as possible from the public on how they want to prioritize funding. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Pastor Williamson?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Need the comments, not here to make any problems, but to offer some suggestions, right? Lisa Williamson, chaplain, captain, United States Army, retired. I grew up in the Ninth Ward in the Desire Housing Project, and I'm saying that to say that all of this matters because I am that, a retired Army chaplain. I have 3 degrees, all because there were programs in my community to help us to get to that place, right? And you guys have heard me say this many times. This is my main reason for coming home after retirement is to uplift communities like the one I came from that need so much help. So what I want to key in on here in my few minutes. Mental health, I want to put a pitch for that, right? I know Dr. Centino at SUNO was heading a program for that, and I think it did very well, and I hope that continues to go forward, and you guys support that. Mental health is big. I went to school and got a master's degree in social work and mental health so that I could be a part of the helping system, right? So it needs to be programs. There was a question. How has it impacted our children and how do we rate them? Those are very, very important questions, and there are called evaluations. In the military, we do nothing without evaluations. We are successful because we sit down and we talk about what we did and what was the outcome of it and what were the lessons learned. Those have to come back to the table, but there has to be accountability for evaluation. So even though you have evaluations planted into grants, we have to make sure that there are people who are available who are going out there making sure that the things that we're giving thousands of dollars to people to is actually happening. And yes, OT, that has been happening for over the years. Now, Jeff Morris, he did the right thing with Norton. I'm a product of Jeff Morris and running the New Orleans Recreation Department. He got all the funding he needed, but they took care of their business, right? We saw them on site. They did things, and the kids saw them. There was support from the council for all of that. Y'all, please, get this together. Kids' mental health is so, so, so important, and they gotta have activities, y'all. Make sure it gets funded.
Thank you. All right, Angela, Charlene Smith, and last speaker, Morgan Shannon.
Good morning, Asia. Good morning to everyone. Clearly, this is too much to get out in 2 minutes, but I do want to say that this specific body that's before us is critical today, because what we do know is that if we want to see some kinds of shifts in accountability for all of the money that's being distributed to various community organizations, that this body could actually help course correct a lot of that, because we need a comprehensive approach. If any efforts for youth and families are to demonstrate any forward movement in the interest of the residents, citywide we need that kind of accountability. And evidence by the overtime pay and the money that's going here, there, and people are going back and forth not knowing who's to blame, blaming each other. That is why we have so many other aspects within departments and services across the city that are not in order. So the kind of accountability that you are putting on the departments that we need to serve, and the kind of accountability that you keep putting at the burden of the feet of the residents to pay, tax, fee, increase. We need that that kind of accountability from this body. That means the administration and that means the council. We're specifically talking about prioritization and budget management. This is not an issue of whether or not the city of New Orleans has money now, has had money in the past, or is going to have money in the future. What we have seen is millions and billions of dollars have come through this place, and they have been prioritized around criminalization, and they have been prioritized for the elite, the rich ruling class, and the corporations that they steward. So we have been saying for years, but I'm going to just bring it to the current, from September 29th through today, that there are some very specific things that we as community are asking for. And I'll return to reinforce those again.
Thank you. Charlene Smith.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jermaine Lewis with the.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have a comment card?
Yeah. Yes, we're together. So the same organization. This is
Okay. All right. Can you fill out a card when you're done, please? We'll start your time at 2 minutes because I just wanted to clear that up. Go ahead.
Okay. So.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is Jermaine Lewis. I'm here on behalf of the Success Required Sacrifice Trailblazers Mentorship Organization, which is an organization geared towards helping our youth as well as the entire family. What we want to do is make an emphasis on the fact that it's one thing to deal with just the youth as it is, but we have a problem with the entire family. We have with a problem with the entire family unit, the way things are being done. If we take these youth and we bring these youth into an environment where we're trying to make an impact on them, and then we return them to homes that are not stable, then what are we really doing? Our program is encompassing the entire family, meaning we also do home visits, school visits, and we make sure that these kids eat a wholesome meal at least once or twice a week, because we know these processed foods have an effect on these kids. We have to stop looking at things in terms of saying financially, but we're talking about human. We're talking about the human aspect of these youth that are dying on the street. We're talking about the human aspect of these youth that are going back to impoverished homes. They're going back to places where there's no security, there's no stability. And in doing that, we've created a partnership with the New Vision Behavioral Health Services, which are providing opportunities for our youth to get the much-needed mental health services that is needed. We also go out and do school visits. Why do we do school visits? Because we want to make sure that we are keeping in touch with these kids. We want to make sure that they are never feeling alone. We want to make sure that there's things that's happening in their homes, that we're a part of it, and we can do something to effectively make change in this community. You understand?
I just wanted to say that we do have families, parents here that can speak and contest to the work that's being done. We just need the funding to continue the work. The work has been being done for over 3 years, but the little people never get noticed. You know, the ones that have boots on the ground. And we've been boots on the ground for 3 years without being funded, without being noticed, but the work is being done. And our
Thank you. All right. Morgan Shannon.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Morgan Shannon. I'm the Executive Director of the New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board. I'm a proud member of most coalitions because that's how you get work done, but Big Easy Budget Coalition as well. To Council Member Thomas's point, we have mapped out the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is always changing. It's a living document, so we're always adding to it. The Youth Master Plan is that. We've conducted that roadmap and talking to organizations and young people across the city. We're also trying to cost model the Youth Master Plan to understand what it costs at scale so that we can let you all know, so you all can have 5 on it, but we also understand that the feds have to have 5 on it when they can, and the state and philanthropy, but we want to know how much it costs at scale so that we can understand what the true problem is and fund that. Also, the Youth Data Hub, as Asia mentioned, is rooted in community. The Youth Master Plan is also rooted in community as well. And so when you all are mentioning, what is this? Is it rooted in community? How do we know that it's getting there? It's rooted in community. It's rooted with young people. Many of you all, or some of you all, attended the Youth Town Hall where you heard young people talk about what they needed, the Youth Master Plan, and you saw the breadth and depth of youth organizations. But right now, a lot of them are feeling the impacts of less federal funding, no state funding. Philanthropy also matches what you all do, and so a lot of organizations are closing. And we are counting on who we can see, who we know can feel it along with us. And so we are trying to design to change that. The Youth Data Hub is rooted in community as well. Councilman Morrell talked about Tulane and all of those like highbrow things. We have those folks there, but it's also rooted in community. And also the Culture Fund is hard to get data from. I would let you all know that as we are exploring how we get money out.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Next up will be Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, and everybody knows I've been informed that neighborhood engagement will present as part of CORE, so not a separate presentation. So Justice Coordination, you're up next. Thank you.
3 o'clock is fine. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I'm not trying to spike you or anything. All right, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, council members, thank you for this opportunity to present my budget with me. I have Kate Hoatley, my Chief of Staff. First, I want to say that it has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people in the city of New Orleans in this role as your Criminal Justice Commissioner since May 7, 2018. Over the past 7.5 years, we've reached our lowest jail population while maintaining public safety, implemented and scaled new community-based programming, included a youth assessment center, arts diversion program, secure public safety equipment to support our public safety partners, and leverage new technology, which will ultimately expedite case processing to support criminal legal system efficiency. This year, we have supported victims and survivors of the Bourbon Street attack by collaborating with the FBI and the Victim Services partners to establish the Family Assistance Center and sustain community-based operations to provide continuous service. Secured a competitive NACHO grant, which is the National Association of City and Counties Health Officials. That grant was in the amount of $150,000 in collaboration with the Health Department. In partnership with Ubuntu Village to establish the Violence Prevention Action Team, which is a group of 8 empowered youth leaders committed to reducing community violence, advancing youth well-being, and promoting youth civic engagement. Hosted our 3rd annual Public Safety Summit, Advancing Safety and Justice through Community Empowerment and Collective Impact, the 1st annual City of New Orleans Start to Believe campaign, and our Orleans Parish Warren Clinic to engage over 1,300 community members in an initiative around public safety and reentry services. Our 2026 department goals: secure and administer public safety grant funding, continue to support 100% completion of the Justice Technology Modernization Project, including the replacement of legacy systems and adoption of the cloud-based interagency record management workflow environment. In collaboration with reentry partners, continue to support individuals returning home from incarceration. In the partnership with the Family Center of Hope, National Assessment Center Association, Office of Youth and Families, and Youth Justice System partners, support the sustainability of the Anchor community-based prevention and intervention services for system-impacted youth. Secured and administered public safety grant funding. Since 2023, we have successfully administered over $8.7 million in state and federal grant funding. We currently have 5 grants that are being withheld due to President's Executive Order 14287. To list those, they are $184,036 FY24 State JAG, $43,430 FY24 Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, 1.3 fiscal year 25 VOCA funds, $25,000 FY25 VOCA admin funds. FY25 Stop Violence Against Women Formula Grant for police and the DA's office. We are currently maintaining all of our grant processes, so if the status change, we can move forward quickly. Also, we will continue to support 100% of the Justice Tech project, which includes the replacement of legacy criminal legal systems, technology systems, and adoption of the cloud-based interagency records. While we do have more work ahead of us, that project may have made important strides. This past year, they have executed the 5-year data sharing agreement among 8 criminal justice agencies, authorizing shared enterprise analytics and real-time systems to system data sharing as cases proceed through the justice system. Connected Orleans Parish District Attorney, Orleans Parish Public Defender, Criminal District Court, New Orleans Municipal and Traffic Court, and Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office to cloud-based integration hubs. This is a real progress towards sharing information in real time between agencies. We have also continued to put out regular weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual reports around jail population. Today, our jail population stands at 1,435. We have also been recognized nationally by the MacArthur Foundation. In collaboration with our reentry partners to continue to support individuals returning home from incarceration, this year we hosted a Second Chance Hiring Lunch and Learn, Second Chance monthly clothes drive in partnership with Operation Restoration and the First 72. In collaboration with the New Orleans Reentry Task Force co-chair, Ms. Thelma Harris French, was hosted a collaborative solution-oriented task force retreat to address the law changes and publish the 2025 New Orleans Reentry Task Force Guidebook, which is located on our website. We were also selected 1 out of 51 jurisdictions to partner with the Women's Justice Institute to host a Women's Justice Pathway Mapping session in partnership with Operation Restoration. In partnership with the Family Center of Hope, National Assessment Center Association, Office of Youth and Families, and the Youth Justice System partners support the sustainability of the anchor in community-based prevention and intervention services for system-impacted young people. This year, the Family Center of Hope was selected as the operator of the Youth Assessment Center, which is named the Anchor. The Assessment Center is more of a community-based, friendly term, as there was a lot of assumptions around the word assessment for young people. The Anchor pilot launched earlier this year and is now fully staffed. The staff have been trained by CANS assessments. The focus of the Anchor will be prevention and early intervention, which is consistent with national best practices. The center invites all of you all to its Fall Festival Open House, 4317 Washington Avenue on October the 3rd from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. so that you can see the center and visit with our young people there.
November?
October 30th.
30th, okay, I
Yes.
thought you said 3rd, all right. Thursday, okay.
Now to our personnel. All right, we have 9 on staff. Has not changed from last year, but I do want to note that we have 4 employees that are civil service classified employees in the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. And on another note, it's not on the slide, but we do have 1 grant-funded position that serves as a community engagement coordinator. That position would end September 30th of 2026. That is in conjunction with the Health Department, Gun Violence Prevention Office as a community liaison. And Our next slide, as you can see, our other operating variance is 3.2, and other operating with the removal of one-time funding, which is will be heavily impacted by the removal of those funds. The CAO's office, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, have made a decision to include pretrial services from the court that was generally in my budget for $810. It is now in the court's.
810 even, yeah.
Yes, 118 is now in the criminal district court's budget. So like other departments, we too have received a 30% reduction. And our next slide, I want to thank Senator Jimmy Harris for his state allocation of the Act 397 funding in the amount of $350. Senator Harris, we were able to purchase the necessary equipment along the public safety spectrum, including bikes, laptops, medical kits for EMS, technology for the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, equipment for the Downtown Development District Public Safety Hub. The remaining 4.9 is our complete ARPA portfolio, which include funding for the Assessment Center, technical assistance for the National Assessment Center Association for implementation and support and evaluation of the Young Artists Movement diversion program. We're also continuing to support survivors of crime through Silence is Violence, Allies Expansion Program to provide wraparound services to witnesses and survivors of homicides through trauma-informed therapy and community-based case management. And the New Orleans Families Justice Center Medical Advocacy Expansion Program to recruit, train, expand the amount of volunteer medical advocates and those who provide support to survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, strangulation, family violence, and stalking. How will 2026 budget impact? The Office of Criminal Justice supports two critical community-based public safety programs, the Evening Reporting Center, which is funded directly through general fund, and the Instead program, $500,000 to maintain funding. I think it was a request to increase to add 120 additional referrals. As proposed, OCJC have a total of $432,300 to support both programs. If funded at the current allocation, Instead and ERC programs operation will be significantly impacted.
Can you hang on 1 second, Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you for your presentation. I do have questions, since we're all talking about data, on data surrounding the Evening Reporting Center and Instead, and what are you seeing? How are you seeing community impacts? Can you describe what the current funding has done so that we know what we're cutting?
Gotcha. So recently, Instead did an evaluation. I have it written down because it was going through everything. The Evening Reporting Center is getting their information from juvenile courts. So once they get it, we have a data person on hire in Office of OCJC who actually put data points together. So we have some data for the Evening Reporting Center, and I will be glad to get you all of that, as I do not have it here, but I can speak to some of the data. Okay, so for Instead, they did do an evaluation which estimate the program saves between $94,000 and 1.2 annually, indicating that every dollar invested in the program returns between $1.20 and $3.61 in savings. Now, they met with me, and I believe Max met with you as well. They have done the work. They want to increase capacity to do another 120 because they have not seen the people that they have reached return back to the system. And they are working with the DA's office, with the referrals, along juvenile DA, Diane Pugh, I believe, is the chief over there. So that has been working. When I spoke to Max, it was very brief, but he did speak to Kate when I was out. but he said that the program is working, and we see that it's working when I've talked to Diane to make sure that we're funding things that are actually working, where we're not funding things just because we want to fund it and they're not seeing the people. So I don't know if Max is here where he can give us the number of people that they actually have now, or if anybody from Instead is here.
I don't see anyone, or, there are a couple people here from Instead, so I guess they put comment cards so they can talk about impact.
Yes, ma'am.
On the evening reporting center, you said you'll get us some data, additional data?
Yes, I'll send it to you.
I
I know that they're still getting the referrals from the juvenile court. It has picked up this year as opposed to last year, because they were not getting the referrals from the judges as we had liked them to, but it has picked up this year.
Okay, yeah, I think it would be wise to send all of the data points to every single council member and our chiefs so that we have that information ready when we evaluate how these programs are working.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the average cost to incarcerate. I know we look at the daily population every day to see how we can move folks that can be removed from OJC, be released so that we're not paying. So we kind of have a breakdown for you what it costs to house an individual at OJC, and I think this will be most helpful. Want to point out that the average length of stay for anyone at OJC is 57 days. That is a lot. And if you multiply their daily cost of incarceration, that equals about $7,400. Over the past few weeks, the jail population has been around 1,400, and we've been working with the courts and the DA's office to see how can they decrease those people that can be released. Some people are sitting there because they can't simply afford bonds. Bonds have been set, but they can't make the bond obligation. But also, we also need to look at, when you all get to the whole court piece, and when you get to the sheriff piece, who's inside of our jail that needs to be gone to the Department of Corrections? Because what's happening is once folks are convicted, they're not moving quickly enough out of the city jail, because once they're convicted, they now belong to the Department of Corrections, which is the state of Louisiana. So we're having people that we're actually having to pay for that should be gone. And that's also a cost savings. So just to put that out there. Currently, many of our programs live in different departments, such as the health department.
Commissioner, excuse me for 1 second, Councilmember.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, nothing, apologize.
I have a question on that specific matter. So as the coordinator of criminal justice, where the DA's office meets with other officials from the criminal justice system, which meets with your office and the police, why is that the case?
So we have...
On whose fault is it that there are people who are at OJC that should be in the state's criminal justice system? Because yes, it's another cost to the city that involves a state remedy.
So let me say, it's no fault to point blame at, not pointing fingers, but it's happened. This is not just something that happened this year. I've been around 29 years, and what happens is once a person gets convicted, sometimes they sit because they have other pending charges, but it's okay to ship them to Department of Corrections and then writ them back for court. But that is not, sometimes you have attorneys that don't want their clients to leave. So it's a array of things and processes that have to be taken into consideration. But what can happen and what the sheriff can do is to make sure the Department of Corrections is notified that this person has been convicted, is ready to go, so that they can start calculating the time of that individual, where that individual will be held. So it's a process, but you have to start the process going.
Is that happening?
I have no idea because I don't work in the sheriff's office, but I can tell you,
Yes,
I'm
but
more
you're
than
the-
sure that it is happening. I just don't know to what extent it is happening.
But you're the chair of Criminal Justice
Yes.
Coordination, of which the Criminal Sheriff's Office is part, just like the,
Yes, we have
Just like
these
the criminal
conversations in those meetings. We've
And?
met, that was one of our recommendations to decrease the jail population. One is to make sure that those individuals who belong to the Department of Corrections now, since they have pled guilty, their case has been adjudicated, they have been convicted, make sure that you start to get them out first. So we've done our part.
as in Criminal Justice
Yes.
Coordination.
Yes, sir.
Has the Sheriff's Office done its part, and then has the state done its part?
According to the sheriff, they have a person in the jail that handles that, and it is being done. I do not micromanage, I don't.
Well, you don't have to
I'm just
micromanage,
saying
but let me tell you, this is a budget hearing, and you were giving an example of an
Yes.
expenditure that is charged to the city of New Orleans that potentially could be resolved if the state and the sheriff's office work together.
Yes.
Since we're at the business right now of trying to find every dollar that we can, if somebody has been convicted and they're supposed to be outside of the Orleans Justice Center, they should be.
Totally agree.
We have expenditures that exceed our revenues. The state has a $51 billion budget. I hope that I'm not wrong on that number. Correct me, somebody, if you will, but I know it's in the nature of $50 billion. Why should all of these costs be imposed upon the city of New Orleans? And that's just one that should be the responsibility of the state. Today, we talked, for example, about obligations of the city of New Orleans. Today and yesterday, the city had to activate 400 police officers to have a safe setting at a concert that took place last night and that is taking place tonight. We did not negotiate as a city the contract that makes sure that we didn't negotiate the contract that made possible the event. We don't derive the revenues from the expenditures that the promoter is paying, but yet we as a city, to keep our citizens safer and our visitors safer, are incurring a significant expense today. I believe that the state should be more involved with those expenditures. And just as this is just one example of that, we can find examples all over the place. At the end of the day, the city is now facing a budget crisis where every dollar counts. I would like to know, and I will attend your next meeting if necessary, what is going on between the state and the OJC relative to having those who should be within the jurisdiction of the state criminal justice system. What's being done to make that happen?
And I can say that I have submitted to Sheriff Hudson a recommendation as it relates to helping her relieve her population back to what the original number is, 1240 or 1250. Just getting some pointers, and that was one of the indicators, is to make sure you are checking your DOC inmates and getting them out of your facility. So she was very gracious for the recommendation. They followed up. I just don't know today how many people are still there that are DOC. I can tell you the beginning of the year, it was around 105 inmates that were still there.
It's important to recognize that that has an impact on the safety of the workers. We've heard that one of the reasons that we can't do the transfers, or there's so much pressure on the transfer from the jail to the court system, and I'm talking about the physical transfer, is because we don't have the personnel to do it. So all of those are factors that say that if someone has responsibility in certain areas, especially the state, they should live up to those responsibilities.
All right, we're going to wrap up. Questions? And I do want to state before I wrap up, for the council members and for Mr. Chairman, that we do have an active list of our grants that was provided to Abby. So if you all need it, I will make sure that you get it. But I just want to let you know, this year, especially with VOCA and LCLE, because I know that's been the whole thing about the decrease from last year to this year, we did get an increase for next year, for FY25. So FY25 will be in FY26 from LCLE, the state. From this year, we had 861,000. So next year, we have increased to 1.3 million. better, yes. So just to give you a summary of what we have now, FY '24, which is what we're operating now in FY '25, was $861,426. We had 12 agencies to apply, 12 programs. That funding will end September 30th of 2026.
Thank you. All right, some of these, I may need your help, and I apologize in advance if I get your name wrong. Angela Kinlaw, Savea Leger, Miss Thelma French, Brandon Relaford, looks like Lakey Moss, Daniel Shanks, and Barksdale Portenstein. Councilmember King.
1 second, Ms. Kimball, I'm massive. I have a question. I'm a bit confused. You work with the administration. You work alongside the administration, or part of the administration.
Yes.
Right. So when these budget cuts, these proposed cuts come to you and then come to our office, before the council, is there no communication between you and the administration saying, hey, these services will severely be harmed if we get these cuts?
We talked with the budget office,
Can you put the microphone back in front of you? Thank you.
we have been in communication with the budget office.
I understand.
At the time, the CEO, but it has not been any.
So my question is, why is the council being asked to say yes or no when you have a direct communication line to the administration saying, hey, if this is cut, then this program will go away. This program will go away. So what causes the lack of communication that should be explained already to the administration?
We received the notification that 30% had to be reduced across the board, so that's what we went with. And I'm gonna turn it over to.
So I'm not sure if there was a lack of communication. To your point, the directors were notified of the reductions, but we also had to reduce over $100-some-odd million from last year's adopted budget to this year. So there are going to be disruptions in services until we're able to recognize new revenue or collection efforts.
So I understand that. But if we understand that the potential cuts could be very damning to our youth, our families, those social programs that are needed to make our city thrive, then why are those cuts even being proposed? Why aren't we looking at other places that may not be comfortable to cut, but would be less detrimental to the families that will be hurt? Does that make any?
It does make sense, yes.
So for instance, and nobody get mad, if we say, okay, let's take money from maybe, I hate to say any department, but Department XYZ, opposed to taking money from youth and families or Ms. Stevenson's department, why isn't that already being done? Why is it coming before us already? It be coming before us to make that decision.
I think as we worked through it, every department had complications with their budget being reduced.
Not every department.
Which department are you referring to that's not going to have any complications?
Okay, I'll let you finish. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll go ahead.
So we have slides that are being presented. Even our office has risk with risk management, being able to maintain vehicles properly. We've had departments who'll come before you with issues. I just got an email from another department for Office of Homeless Services that I'm sending a request over right now regarding something. So there are a lot of different places. Sanitation, one, which is a big one. Public Works last week, that came up as well. Property management, have to prioritize the rents and versus building repairs. That becomes an issue as well. So we hear from constituents, from council members, administration, about the issues in all these various areas. So the cut was equivalent across the board.
And my last comment is, do you think that certain departments should not face those cuts? Because I'm hearing from the communities, like these departments are too important to cut. So why are we even entertaining the cuts? That's more of my question. We have some departments, for instance, let's just take property management as an example, just because you mentioned them. If they're cut, that family really won't see the impact as much as if these departments before us are cut. So why are we even having those conversations? Why aren't we just saying, look, we know we can't cut out the Office of Youth and Families because it's just way too important. So let's not even bring it. We understand it has to be cut throughout the board, throughout the city, but this is just way too important.
I think those are the conversations that we'll have with council once we finalize this budget and how we prioritize those against what we did and what you all want us to process, yes.
So by making sense that some departments are just too important to even entertain.
Well, I would say that I think a constituent referenced last week the data that we received from the citizens. Infrastructure was one of the top areas there, which preceded the recommendations from constituents on the youth, and that study we received, and that was cut as well. So we didn't prioritize one place over the other when it came to that. We pay the light bill in CAO. I had to rearrange the entire CAO's budget to prioritize making sure the light bill was paid at City Hall and the other areas we pay light bills at.
All right, well, thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it. And I look forward to those conversations because I can tell you for me, like when it comes to the youth and when we talk about youth, we're really talking about black kids. We're not talking about other ethnicities. It always seems to be first to be cut or one of the top to be cut. And then other departments kind of get saved at the end.
We did our best last year. So last year there were reductions as well. And last year we did our best to avoid that with the youth. This year, with the multiple challenges that we had, looking at the priorities, the core services provided in all the departments across the city, we made it equivalent across the board.
All right. Well, I look forward to those conversations once these meetings are done, because I think some departments are just too important to even be entertained about being cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, I'm going to propose and ultimately dispose. Historically, for people who are listening to Councilman's questions, they're valid questions. But that's part of the budget process. The administration will sit down within their own body and they'll make adjustment based on what the realities, what the projected realities of the numbers are. So then the job of the different departments is to come here and fight with the public, with the council, to either add more money, take more money back, or deal with whatever we think is important. So that's part of the great budget game, especially the way the charter is set up, with the responsibilities of the council and the administration. It's happened ever since you had a municipal government, and it'll continue to happen in the future. But in terms of communication, I just think, and I think Councilmember Jeruso has said this in the past, that at least there's a level of communication that's up when you guys do come before us.
I agree.
Based on what's projected or proposed, at least there's some understanding about what your needs are, and you've rallied your public support to come to us to say, this is what the administration is proposing, but this is the realities of what we need. I don't ever think that budget game is going to change. It's just up to us at the end of the day to get 4 votes or 5 votes if there's a veto override to determine what's priority, what should be funded, what can't be funded, or what deserves to be funded. But that's going to continue to happen from now to the end of time.
Thank you. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to understand the cuts on page 5, your general fund cuts. It says that that's a removal of one-time funding. I see your personnel services are pretty much staying the same. You have a $11,000 increase roughly on personnel, but the reduction of the $3.2 million, is that a reduction of one-time funding on slide 5?
I'm going to quote as well.
Yes.
Can you put that microphone again? Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
The $810 removed from the OCJC's budget for criminal district court pretrial services is included in that as well.
So part of it is one-time funding, but the money for criminal court, they have their own department code, so all their funding was removed and moved to their code.
I got it.
So
So
it was
that
not the
3.2 million is just being moved to a different code.
810 million of it, the remainder was one-time funds.
And, okay, and what was that one-time funding for?
For pretrial services.
No, the one-time funding should have been for the instead and the
oh.
500,000 and 969,000 appropriations.
Instead.
Yeah.
Wait. 500,000 was for instead.
And the 969 was the grant program?
The grant from from Troy Quarters office.
Okay, so this totals out to about $3.2 million of one-time funding? If y'all can give me the breakdown of all that, what all that one-time funding was, and, because obviously, some of it, a portion of the 3.2, Brandy, as you said, is being moved to another budget code.
Correct.
Right, but then what was the rest of it? If I can get a breakdown on what the rest of it to the total of the roughly 3.2 million.
Sure.
And then on the, just so I'm clear, on the non-general fund, which is on slide 6, that is the ARPA funding, is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, okay, so we'll get to the comment cards now. Angela, thank you for your patience, and I announced, and I think Katie submitted a card too. Go ahead.
Good morning again. This is part of what's so enraging about the entire process. The question that Council Member King asked about the 30% is just one small indication of why I made the comment earlier about this not necessarily so much being a budget issue about how much money the city of New Orleans has, but prioritization and budget management. A 30% cut across the board means that we see everybody being the same, you cut everybody the same, and that already lets us know that the prioritization is not in order coming out of the gates. We also know that the way in which maybe EMS, firefighters, youth and families will be scrutinized, that will not be the same scrutinization that you give the police. And we're highly concerned because every time somebody comes up with a new idea or a program that's supposed to advance something but still pushes criminalization, that's why we have to keep coming up here and saying, we do not want criminalization, no matter what you call it, no matter what name you put on it, if it is jail, if it is prison, if it is a policing practice, whether you call it ICE, whether you call it the National Guard, whether you call it Homeland Security, whatever you want to call it, we're saying that that's problematic and we don't want our money going toward that. We're also saying that we don't want, no matter what you call it, surveillance. A lot of our money is going to surveillance, and we've said everything we possibly can about the problematic nature of that, to include facial recognition. There's lots of money going toward all of those things. We are saying that we want the money proactively invested. So I'll come back up again and speak to that.
Thank you. All right, Surveyor Leger, did I say that correctly? I apologize. Please get me straight.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sequoia LaJoy. I work for Instead. I'm one of the case managers, and I have the unique position of actually coming from pretrial services as a case manager there. There's a big difference from what pretrial case managers can do and what I can do as a community-based case manager for the Instead program. When I left pretrial after working there for 1.5 years and being asked to stay extra time, I ended up putting in a 1-month notice so that hopefully they could hire any other case manager besides me, because at that point it was just the director and I taking all of the pretrial caseload, which had increased when they had changed the policy of having 17-year-olds in the court again. Every single 17-year-old needed a case manager, and they also changed policy that anyone on an ankle monitor needed a pretrial case manager, which means I dealt with a lot of what would be known as things that the ankle monitor case manager people should have been doing or what their attorney should have been doing. Took up a lot of my time. I had over 120 clients when I left pretrial services, and that was after trying to terminate clients for 6 weeks. Now I have about 10. I have some that are in what we call continued care, which means their diversion cases are over. So the legal side of it wraps up in 3 months, which is a drastic difference to the average of 3 years that it takes the criminal district court to wrap up an average case. I think that data was published within the last month or so. And then we are able to offer them continued community-based case management, which means if someone needs a ride to a doctor's appointment, I can take them. It means if someone's kid needs diapers, I will find a diaper bank for them. It means when I have clients that don't have literacy skills or were born with developmental disabilities, I can advocate.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Thelma French, Brandon Relaford, and Lakey Moss.
Good morning, members of the council. I've been engaged in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council over 28 years in 3 different roles. And I come today to speak to what I consider the most advanced collaborative effort that has existed in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I've sat as a member representing the mayor's office, representing the community, and now as a full partner and co-chair of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. To the questions that were asked by the council members, one of the most important things I think that has happened, partially through the support of the MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge, is that all partners come to the table. Now, do they come equally accountable? No, but at least we're at the table and we're working strategically to leverage our community resources, our community impact with the system's partners. My greatest concern is with the loss of the MacArthur Safety and Justice Challenge, which has nothing to do with this council or this staff. It is their 12th year in safety and justice. We as a community must consider to support the coordination and the equal table participation. And that's my, I'm gonna give you 40 seconds back. Thank you.
All right, Brandon Relaford, Lakey Moss, Daniel Shanks, Barksdale Hortenstein, and Katie Hunter-Lowry.
Hello, how y'all doing? I'm actually a success story up Instead. I'm from Lake Charles, Louisiana. I just want to thank Instead program. So I got a little time. I'll get into my story. I was coming into the city as a broken man, right? We talk about mental issues and things like that. I didn't know I had. I was a single. I'm a single parent. Mother raised 5 kids, the baby of 5. So had the opportunity to be a father. That was the greatest thing in the world. And then my ex-wife skipped town. I went through 2 custody battles, and eventually was awarded custody of my son. She skipped and she went to Florida, which is horrible to get a kid from, right? So that went on for a year, sat with the FBI, Sheriff's Department, city in Lake Charles, one chose custodial kidnapping. Nobody could do anything for me. That's all the case is ongoing, I mean, you understand the red tape. I didn't understand it as a father. That's all I wanted to be. Then Laura hit, Delta hit, Ida hit. Found myself under the bridge here. COVID, everything, right? Went to jail, obviously. And somehow my story came across Instead's desk. They came to jail. I did a 90-day outpatient program with them. They drove me to every meeting, every class, pretrial, everything. Every Friday for 90 days, I went to court. So for 90 days straight, once a week, they came to court with me, everything. 2 weeks, I graduated the Salvation Army program off Jefferson Highway. I've been saved. So the DA Jason Williams, everybody, they rescinded 8 charges that I had. So I'm completely free of all charges, everything by completing that program. And I just want to be able to give back through that program. So I appreciate everything they've done. I just want to let y'all know that program's important to the city. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. Lakey Moss. Daniel Shanks. Barksdale. Katie.
Good morning. My name is Lakeith Moss. I am the outreach coordinator and the senior case manager with the INSTAD program. Forgive me, I'm nervous. I don't do this too often. But one of the things that he spoke about is what we do all the time. So y'all mentioned and asked about how many referrals we got. Last year, this year up until September, we had 212 referrals, where we accepted over 100 and some cases with an 85% success rate, where people completed our program. Not only did they complete our program successfully, but they continue on wanting to work with us and continue to address mental health, not just the 90 days that they're with us. So when they're continuing to address mental health and learning how to deal with everyday stresses of life, because as he explained, it was just life that was happening to him. It wasn't a mental health diagnosis, but because of life, it caused mental health stresses. And what we do is working with individuals to address that, because we understand the stigma that the world put around mental health, but to be able to work with an individual to remove that stigma and them addressing that hands-on directly impacts not only them, but the family and their communities, because now they're learning resources to not to reach out to call the police when somebody is in a mental health crisis, but now I could call 988, or I can call my therapist that I now know that I can connect with, or now I can reach out to my case manager who have showed up for me countless times before, and now I know I can have this additional resources. So what we do is not only just support the individual to remove them out of jail, but we're educating them, we're educating their family, and we're reducing their return rate to jail. And I don't know about the money and the budget thing, but I saw it was $7,500 to support somebody in jail for 2 months. My paychecks does not reflect that on the 15 people that I might serve upwards at each time. So the budget saving alone, what we get paid and versus what y'all gonna spend on someone is incarcerated, makes a big difference, and explain why we should continue to be funded and supported.
Thank you. Daniel Shanks, Barksdale Hortenson, and Katie Hunter-Lowry. Oh, y'all are there together.
So my name is Daniel Shanks with the District Attorney's Office. I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives. I'm here with Barksdale Hortenson with the Orleans Public Defender's Office, and we wanted to come up jointly because this program represents not only an effort by our offices to figure out a smart way to resolve cases where there is a nexus between mental health and the violation that occurs. And this program has done an incredible job of paying for itself. Not only do we have savings on the front end when it comes to incarceration costs, costs to the public defenders, costs to the DA's office, costs to the judges, but what's happening is these case managers are making sure that the enrollees are getting SSI. We have money actually coming into the city thanks to INSTAD. So this has been a huge benefit to us, but not only that, this partnership has allowed us to see that we don't always have to be adversarial. We can resolve cases in a way that is benefiting the public, benefiting public safety, and benefiting people like Brandon, whose lives are changing, and that's why we have something that's unheard of. A 72% completion rate, but not only that, but we have we have 82% completion rate, but 3/4 of the people stay with their case manager. And that's something that we don't see in any other diversion program. And Barksdale, if you want to make a...
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. As Daniel said, my name is Barksdale Hortenstein. I'm with the Public Defender's Office. I'm the director of our mental health unit. And in the 18 years that I have worked at the Public Defender's Office, I've never seen any program have the rate of success that INSTAD has enjoyed. And it is all due to the in-community direct treatment and provision of care and the ability to provide those services and the warm handoffs. So it's not just that they're being able to help people with their day in, day out needs and getting them SSI and getting them cell phones, though all of that is amazing and very important. It is also the ability to get them to the help they need and make sure they're not missing appointments, because that is where the failures happen. And the fact that they remain with the program afterwards for the length of time they do is just...
Thank you. All right, Katie Hunter-Lowry.
Good morning, Katie Hunter-Lowry with the Vera Institute of Justice. I also just want to echo our support for the Instead program, both from Vera Louisiana and from the Big Easy Budget Coalition. We know that arrest and prosecution can have extremely harmful effects on people's lives and their family and their trajectory, and the Instead program keeps folks in their communities and in their homes where they can get the best help and be more successful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember King. Well, all right, so Moreno, then King?
Sure.
Just one quick question on Instead. Was that through a grant from Congressman Carter's office or was just from the general fund?
Microphone, please. You'll get it.
It was from the city council, Councilman Harris's allocation.
From the culture fund? No. Oh, so it was a budget amendment through the general fund? Do you remember how much it was?
$500,000.
500,000?
And when the budget was updated for the 2026, the commissioner made some adjustments in the budget, so the program is not being eliminated. She took some other funding in her budget to allocate to that program.
And it's still $500,000?
No, it's not. 300,000, I think is what you gave me?
Yeah.
Yes, $300,000.
300,000? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Green.
Thank you. And that's what I was trying to get to earlier. Not trying to be combative, but certain programs, certain departments are just too important to be cut. And not try to minimize a different department or a different program, but they all aren't created equally. So you cut 30% here, that department may be able to stay afloat, and a city may be able to stay afloat. But you cut 30% to another program, we all going to suffer. No matter if you live in Lakeview, Englishtown, French Quarter, it's certain departments are just too important to cut. And that's what I was trying to get at. I think Instead is a perfect example of certain departments, certain programs can be cut because we all are just one bad incident from that program being life-saving. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green, Councilmember Harris.
Could you comment for a second? Because many times people look at titles of organizations such as criminal justice coordination and think that all you're trying to do is put people in jail involved in the criminal justice system. But one of the most important groups of people who get ignored in this system are the victims of crime, the people who have lost loved ones, the people who have lost property that has affected their lives. So could you advocate now for funding for victims of crime and what is going on right now involving the two organizations who are working in that area?
Yes, so what you're referring to is the pocket of money from your allocation to OCJC to support victims of crime. So we had a number of issues as it relates to getting that funding out of the door. But most recently, we were able to work with Brandy in the CAO's office to find a way to get the money out. So as of today, we have a contract with Silence is Violence in the amount of $25,000. They already have a contract in place, so we're tagging on to that contract so that they can provide services that we cannot because we're not a direct service provider to help victims of crime as it relates to homicides, domestic violence, and whatever else that they deem necessary fall under that umbrella. Also, the other portion of the money went to the health department under Jennifer Vegno. She and I met a few weeks ago, and they will have the other part of that money to help with domestic violence and also provide services for victims of crime.
Would you want to see something like that continue?
I would definitely hope that it's considered next year, that you all continue to support victims of domestic violence. Domestic violence is on the rise, and also all victims of violent crime, because sometimes they too are victimized again with not receiving the services that they depend on.
And are so often forgotten.
Yes.
No one seems to mention the victims of crime, such as the families that have to suffer because a carjacker took someone's life who was picking up his child, or a carjacker took the life of someone who is an Uber driver who was doing his or her work at the time. So it's important to recognize that that's an important consideration too. And I, as a council member, am going to continue to insist that we give attention to those who have really tremendously suffered and who many times suffer in silence. So I'm going to ask you in your conversations with the administration, and I know that the members of the council know that I'm going to have that question before us, what can we do to continue to support the victims of crime? I ask for your help.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I just want to go back to instead and the point that was raised about incarcerating someone at a cost of $7,000 versus, I did a quick back of the envelope calculation, about $2,000 per referral, and we're looking at 212 people. And people are actually getting their lives changed by these programs. And so I would encourage my colleagues to take a hard look at the data that I know the commissioner is going to send us about the results that have come from the Instead program and our investment in it last year. And hopefully moving forward, we can continue to invest. And I see the request is for another 120 additional referrals. When we think about criminal justice and we think about, I know we're going to get into homeless services, there are folks who are in the Instead program who are unhoused and who are getting housing and services through the Instead program. And so I think we need to look at the ecosystem generally and how this all plays together. So again, I would ask my colleagues to take a look at this as we go forward and do budget amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. All right, next up is Mayor's Core. And it looks like this will be Core, Neighborhood Engagement, and IGR. Yeah.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
I am Clifton Davis, Chief of Staff for the Mayor. Seated at the table with me is Charmaine Russ. She is my Deputy Chief of Staff. Also in the chambers are the department heads for the various departments that comprise the core, which is communications, IGR, community assets investments, and neighborhood engagement. So I'll just jump right into it. In terms of the personnel that we have budgeted for 2026, it is 44 FTEs, 14 in the mayor's office, 13 positions, 13 FTEs in intergovernmental relations, 2 in Office of Community Assets and Investments, 6 in communications, and 9 in neighborhood engagement. Going to the 2025 budget summary and 2026 budget request. For the 2026 proposed budget of general fund, we have $4,108,443 for personnel services. Other operating is $982,025 for a total of $5,090,468. We have a variance on personnel services of roughly $1 million. Variance other operating roughly $450,000 for a total variance of $1,451,706.
Clip, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can I ask this question? So you have $1 million difference in personnel services, the total number of people remain the same. So is that everybody's taking a pay reduction?
Yes, it represents a 30% reduction to the department, as well as I believe it's a 15% personnel reduction. And what we did, the positions that fell off in the course of the year, we just didn't budget for replacing those positions.
These are not of the same quantities from 2025 adopted. This is 2025 actual as of the budget completion.
Got it. Okay, that's a difference. Okay, thank you. Both those explanations help. Thank you very much.
All right, and for non-general fund, we have in the 2026 proposed budget, $377,664 for personnel services, $128,700 for other operating, for a total of $506,364. The variance is reflected in personnel services of $5,181.
Thank you. Brandy, are all these positions classified or unclassified?
These are all unclassified positions.
Okay, thank you.
One position is unclassified.
Which one is that?
It's in IGR.
Okay, okay, thank you. Which one? Just again, so we know.
I'm sorry, did I say, they're all unclassified? Did I say classified? They're all unclassified.
Yeah, but Charmaine said there's one in IGR.
It's Loretta downstairs.
Is that the executive assistant to the mayor?
Well, actually, she works downstairs at the,
We'll have to check with that one.
Okay, cool. I mean, again, just trying to figure it all out.
I believe it is the executive assistant.
Classified, though, I'll double check.
Yeah, but she works downstairs.
Okay,
at the desk.
great, thank you.
All right. So in analyzing the budget impact for 2026, I think the two areas in Mayor's Court that, probably the most attention needs to be paid to in terms of the impact is in neighborhood engagement and the Office of Community and Assets and Investments. In that department, the hiring freeze and reduction in 2026 personnel will reduce their staff by 1/3. And the office will have a reduced capacity for leading the housing ecosystem coordination, policy research and implementation, and data analysis. So just to speak to a couple of things that OCAI was able to accomplish, and what they did, in their role, they actually serve a lot of, first thing I guess would be cross-departmental redevelopment of vacant city properties. In the past year, there were 7 city-owned sites that were repurposed into affordable housing, economic development projects, and public spaces through coordinated interagency work. 3 additional properties, including the 2nd District Police Station, Tulane Avenue properties, and Sophie Gumbo House are currently under an active solicitation. Another function that they provided was coordinating the housing ecosystem. They published the low-income housing tax credit dashboard, increasing transparency on affordability and project distribution citywide. And they are currently developing an MOU among the housing ecosystem leaders to strengthen coordination of funding, policy, and development resources. And lastly, one of the things they do is support long-term housing and land use policy. They advanced the administration's master plan amendments to expand housing and community development near transit corridors, particularly uptown. It contributed to land use barrier study and transit-oriented communities working group, aligning zoning and transportation strategies with community needs. And they are positioned to champion future policy changes that reduce barriers to development and expand community-serving uses system-wide. So while we understand that, as the discussion was had previously, that, the cuts have to be made somewhere, I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the functions that that department does and bring light to it.
Thank you. Hang on one second. Councilmember Thomas, you want to go now?
You get it out of the way. I just wanted to thank the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. Their work in being responsive whenever they could marshal resources and get the okay. That office was real effective, especially at picking out little projects and stuff that ought to be done in communities. So if neighborhood engagement is here, guys, thank y'all very much.
Councilmember Green?
I'm going to make my comment now. I was going to wait until the end. I want to add to Councilman Thomas's observation of the work of the Office of the Neighborhood Engagement Office. On just Saturday past, there were over 30 people gathered in the Edgewood Heights subdivision. And if I ask most people where Edgewood Heights is, you wouldn't really know because it's off the beaten path. It doesn't have a major institution in the middle of it, but the residents there are as important as the residents anywhere in our city. It's an area of significant home ownership, and it's also an area in which there is no crime. No crime. Why do I say that? Because there was a time when it was different. So a lot of changes have taken place. But I just want to recognize the Office of Neighborhood Engagement for not only what happened on Saturday with all of the volunteers and the members of the city, and I want to recognize members of the city the city staff, who on Saturday, whether it was Sewage and Water Board, it was the members of the New Orleans Police Department, it was code enforcement. They were in a community working on Saturday, and there was no media there to point out the fact that they were all working on Saturday. There was no media there to recognize that neighborhood engagement officers, office members were there to talk to the residents. And the residents came out to this land that has been created through work with the neighborhood association and also with NORA to get a tract done where they're doing urban farming and where they have a place to come and relax in their community. That's a lot of words to say thank you to the Neighborhood Engagement Office, because you all are there and we see you, whether it is at that type meeting, whether it's at the meeting that's going to take place on the 1st, the Neighborhood Summit, or whether it's telling people before projects happen at special community meetings what's going to happen in those projects. And also in my district, being available 3 days a week at the Norman Meyer Library or at the Contilly Coffee Shop. So Neighborhood Engagement Office, to whomever is here, but whoever is watching, I appreciate and see the work that you're doing and appreciate it. And we're going to fight for neighborhood engagement.
Well, thank you, council members, for that recognition, and you significantly shortened my presentation because you just said about 90% of the things that I was going to point out about neighborhood engagement. I tell Ray Bolin all the time that I think his office is kind of like a secret weapon for the administration, and when I say the administration, I mean city government. I think one of the most important functions that it does is that it actually engages the citizens civically and teaches them a lot of things that they wouldn't otherwise know, whether it's the coffee on your corner, whether it's the Civic Leadership Academy, what's the other one? Routinely engage senior citizens in senior homes. So I think that they do a great job of bridging the gap between the public and the administration. So with that being said, I know that one of the requests you guys had was regarding contracts, current contracts. And in America, excuse me? Well, I did skip one thing that I could say about neighborhood engagement. So in addition to the role that they play, there are some ideas that we have as to how they can maintain their impact even in the face of a budget reduction. One of the suggestions was increasing the digital footprint, create a digital plan to work with city departments that currently have social media platforms to expand the reach to residents, especially young adults. Second is vendor brass knowledge, using neighborhood engagement to help engage vendors in spreading knowledge about brass and facilitating virtual trainings between procurement and suppliers to improve their knowledge and efficiency in brass. And also, of course, community reach. The addition of sponsors, attempting to engage sponsors that may allow neighborhood engagement to amplify its work that has been done, whether it's cleanups, giveaways, or whatever, without taking on any additional cost. So, as far as the current contracts are concerned, with regards to the Mayor's Corps, the only contracts that we have in Mayor's Corps is the lobbying contracts with Cornerstone Government Affairs, which handles our state lobbying, and Jones Walker, which handles the federal lobbying. As you know now, it's a very important time in terms of volatility on the federal level, and I think our lobbyists have been instrumental in kind of helping us navigate that. And we've taken steps to make sure that the contract is in place throughout the end of the year. But one of them haven't been finalized, and there may be some options to carry that into 2026. So with that, I'm going to call up Mr. Walton to speak to that.
Good morning, council people.
Good morning.
I'll answer any questions regarding the cost of the contract and the longevity, if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, I know Councilmember Moreno isn't here, so she's going to ask. So if you don't mind letting us know kind of, I think to Mr. Davis's point, I guess, A, the cost, and B, the longevity. It sounds like one may be in a renewal process. As of now, we're needing an extension. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
As it relates to Cornerstone, our state lobbyist, the total cost of that contract is $216,000. There's a net cost to the city of $72,000, and that's because we divide the remaining costs to the agencies in the city, Sewage and Water Board and MSY. This contract has been structured this way since before time, I guess, and it reduces everyone's costs. Everyone has access, and if I can speak to the necessity for the contracts and the way that they're structured, this city's approach to emergencies is probably different than anywhere in the country. We've been faced with many emergencies, from storms to flooding, and during those times, if you've ever been on the EOC call, you know that there's a report out from every agency. So those agencies are constantly coordinating with our lobbyists and the city. So we're kind of intertwined, and that's the reason that it's structured this way. So you're looking at roughly $6,000 a month for the state contract, and that's $6,000 a month for the city, Sewage and Water Board, and MSY, and we invoice them. We pay up front and invoice them.
Okay. All right, and on the federal side?
The federal side, a little more expensive, as you can imagine. It's $400,000 per year. And the net cost to the city is $112,000, which is roughly $9,000 a month. The remainder is divided between RTA, Sewage and Water Board, and MSY. And I've suggested to the staff of Mayor-elect Moreno, and I'll suggest to you, as you probably understand, now is not the time to be in Washington, D.C. without federal representation. Any adverse situations we're in, we're there with counsel, so you can imagine what it would be without counsel.
Yep, we understand. All right, do any of them need to be extended? Is that something the next?
So for for Cornerstone, there was an RFP out, put out in 2024 for 2025.
Okay.
So they have 4 remaining amendments. For the federal contract, I submitted a memo, and we have a 1-year contract. We're planning on extending that. I think everybody knows what the RFP process looks like for the city.
Sure.
We have room to extend that so that we will be covered, or we will have representation during the RFP process. I think that's important. I can't reiterate enough how it's going to be important that we always have representation at the federal level, especially now.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And
all right.
so,
okay.
if I
Sorry,
can,
yeah, absolutely.
we are working on things at the federal level that, for continuity's sake, I would suggest that the representations or the representatives remain in place, and we can figure out a date certain to move away from them if that's the choice of the mayor-elect. But there are things going on now, right now, that I think for efficiency and advocacy's sake, we need to maintain our relationships as they are.
I mean,
and I can speak to you offline about it.
Yeah, no. I mean, what you're saying, I consider the silence accept, if not consent, right? I mean, it's and as you know, we're not quiet when we don't want to be. So,
right.
I think what you're saying makes sense. And I know in particular, the federal lobbying group spoke a lot to both sides, particularly during COVID, right? I mean, there's so many uncertainties, and so for those of us who lived COVID together, it was helpful to have somebody on the ground in D.C. as opposed to playing.
Yes, and I know you and your staff have been on our federal calls. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. All right, any comments from the dais? Thank you, Mr. Walton. Any comments from the dais before I get to the one comment card? All right, Mr. Davis, is there anything you have left?
No, sir, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Ms. Kinlaw?
Okay, good morning again. I just wanted to name that the frontline workers who I get to see at the New Orleans Public Library on behalf of neighborhood engagement are always very cordial. And I think it's important that we recognize them because sometimes frontline workers don't get as much recognition, but we do know that they get cut, even if administrative costs don't get cut. And so I want to honor them today. I also want to just say that to add to the input regarding community engagement, we have also, as it relates to the libraries, been happy to see that there have been some progress around HVAC and roof repair, but we're not seeing all of the impact we need. And Councilmember Morrell, in the past, there's been conversation about needing an HVAC fleet for the city, so I want to reinforce that again. I also want to reinforce that even though there has been dollars that have been utilized by the library budget, which has been good, each time there's money for capital projects and they get moved out and the library moves their money in, that's money that gets taken from programs for our children and families. So we want back the $2.5 million that was taken from roof and HVAC care. We also want back the $2 million that pertains to archives that was taken out and never returned. As you know, we've been here for Community Defenders for Safe Public Water Systems. We still stand by the need to wipe out the water debt. And we have also combed the budget to see that there are funds to make that possible. And we also see, separate and apart from Office of Resilience and Sustainability, that the drainage can be fully funded, minimally at $25 million, 40 aspirationally for 2026.
Thank you very much. And the District A frontline workers, Elise Williams, who we also appreciate. So thank you for all your work. Anybody else? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, up next is Homeland Security. And we'll take Office of Public Safety Support Services in that mix. Oh, you want to go first, Ross? Yeah, it's okay. Come on. Somebody left the phone. Yeah, absolutely. Come on. Yeah. I think Ross is going to go first, right?
Sure.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
And you're welcome to sit there if you want to, or sit in the audience, whichever one you prefer. Yeah, great. Okay.
Good morning, council members, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ross Bourgeois. I'm the Director of Public Safety Support for the city. It's my pleasure to be here before you today. Just a few quick notes before we go into the presentation. We operate the city's real-time crime center. We operate the city's public safety radio system, as well as the Tier 2 radio system for the non-public safety city operational agencies, as well as our physical security and grounds patrol divisions. We focus on efficiency and effectiveness. In the 8+ years that the real-time crime center has been in existence, we've saved over 50,000 public safety man-hours by our technology. We've got a 65% rate upon request for evidentiary video when we have video requests. And it's important to note that since establishment back in 2017, the Real-Time Crime Center, our policy has not allowed us to utilize facial recognition technology, and that policy, obviously, in addition to the council ordinance, is still in effect today. So our 2026 departmental goals are to deploy a more robust video evidence system. So right now we're currently using a product. In 2026, we're going to switch to a new product that's going to give our public safety partners just more robust video with more features, and it'll be just a clearer picture and clearer evidence. We want to optimize our wireless infrastructure, particularly where we utilize wireless infrastructure, particularly in the French Quarter, to get better throughput and experience some cost savings there. And we want to deploy an electronic guard tour system for all throughout our grounds patrol divisions. We currently use it in the French market. We're going to expand that to utilization along the Lafitte Greenway and also at Joe Brown Park. And we're going to work with capital projects on the renovations, or actually repairs, to our facility. Some of the repairs to our facility go back to Hurricane Ida in 2021, especially our facade damage. Right now, currently, the entire skin of our building has failed. So we are seeing water seepage every time it rains at the majority of our windowsills and throughout our entire building. It is my understanding that that capital budget request is going to be before you this year, so I separately advocate that those repairs to our facility, each and every time that it rains, we are seeing more and more damage to the shell of our building. We see moisture, our paint's peeling off in certain areas, and I'd like to fiercely advocate for that capital budget request to be funded in next year's budget. These are our positions. We have 57 positions. Currently, on the other slide, we'll talk about our current vacancies, but those are the 57 positions that are funded in this year's budget. We have a variance of $126,000 in personal services. It's my understanding that number does not include the current vacant positions that we would in fact like to fill. And our largest cut, obviously, is the 30% across the board in our other operating. Currently, our staffing, we have 4 RTCC technician vacancies and 1 IT vacancy. We handle our IT needs soup to nuts at within the Real-Time Crime Center. So all of our application support, all of our hardware support, deploying cameras in the field, servicing our assets in the field, and as well as all of our storage is all handled by our in-house IT staff, which we are 1 person short there. We've been 1 person short for some time, and that affects our ability to service our assets. It also affects our ability to timely get to our assets in the field. So that position is currently not funded in this year's budget, and we have 4 technician vacancies, some of which came vacant just a few months ago that were funded in this year's budget. However, we're unable to fill them due to the staffing freeze. And as those positions, as time goes by, we're going to start to incur more and more overtime costs if we don't have those positions filled. Our impacts will also we'll have a limited new public safety camera installations throughout the city. So we all get those requests for cameras at various places throughout the city. In this current fiscal environment, the number of cameras that we're going to be able to install next year are going to be somewhat few and far between. We're also going to get into a position where we're going to start seeing deferred maintenance, and we all know what happens when you defer maintenance. Our AV system is nearing end of life. That was part of my plan, was to start a phased replacement of that next year. We're going to push that on hold. Our PC replacement, we do staggered replacement, so we're going to skip a year in that staggered replacement. And most importantly, public safety radio batteries. We've got over almost 2,000 public safety radios throughout our public safety agencies. We try to replace those batteries on a 3 or 4 year cycle. Those batteries are expensive, but that is the officer, firefighter, or paramedic's lifeline. We're not gonna be able to replace as many batteries next year with these cuts. And there's some potential increases in our private security contract. That RFP is gonna go out soon. That contract, our contract's 6 years old, so we had it for 5 years. We did 1-year extension to that, but I can only imagine that the prices will have gone up in the last 6 years. And we're going to continue to work to reduce our network connectivity, internet service by leveraging additional wireless technology. That's a minor expense that creates lasting savings in terms of Cox connectivity. And we're moving our RTCC reporting function, our in-house ticket system, to an in-house solution that's going to save some subscription costs. We've also repurposed some staff vehicles to make them marked rounds patrol units. As it relates to
Ross, before you go,
Yes,
Randy, are any of these costs, can any of them be bond things, or is the shelf life short enough that they have to be used from general funds?
For the maintenance, I don't think we can use it, but if we were to get a new program, but we can talk to more with Lenitra and Kyle for specificity on these as working through the IT areas as well.
We have financed through when the last bond sale, we did finance public safety cameras through that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the batteries and the other things that you just mentioned that there are cuts for. I'm trying to
Probably not. Yeah, we have to talk. Probably not the batteries because they don't have a 10-year life.
Span.
But
Okay.
crime cameras, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have one contract. It's with Allied Universal. We pay out of our budget. We pay for the services at City Hall, Armstrong Park, the VA campus, and at Juvenile Court. That contract, I listed the prices there: $23.33 an hour for officers, $24.46 for supervisors. It's got an annual value of about $1.6 million out of our budget. However, other departments, health, library, NORD, parkways, et cetera, they utilize that same contract in their, for private security as they're needed. And the billing is for actual hours on a biweekly basis.
All right, looking across here, any questions? Councilmember King?
Good afternoon. How much does it cost to install a new crime camera?
Because we assemble the parts, the boxes in-house, costs us about $6,000 for the unit, and then depending on the connectivity, that could be about connectivity. If we have to get a new Cox account, that's $159 a month, so that's $1,906 a year.
Okay. So there are spots in Algiers that we send you in emails on Tullus where the tenants are evicted, the landlords dump all the furniture on a neutral ground, or at night you may have somebody dumping tires and dumping concrete and dumping pieces of trees that were cut. It seems to me that if the city would invest in a crime camera here or there to catch those people doing illegal dumping, that would alleviate the cost on the back end for sanitation to come out and spend time and money and manpower to pick up the illegal items dumped. Can you just kind of break that down, because from a citizen's standpoint, it's like, why aren't we doing that? But I'm sure there's a reason why. So can you explain the reason why so people can understand?
Well, in the Tullus corridor, I think we have about 5 cameras already, and they're all functioning, and that's probably our most frequent where we engage with our law enforcement partners the most, is on that illegal dumping along the Tullus corridor. There's between Berman Highway and the overpass, there's 3 cameras. Plus we have them at Tullus and that's in that cross street where you go into the apartment complex. There's another camera there.
That's Woodland. So why isn't it more successful? We see dumping, and I'm not just saying Tullis or parts of Algiers, it's all over the city. That's just the main part in District C that I see where you have illegal dumping daily, if not weekly. What's the
And we work with our community liaison officer in the 4th District regularly to enforce that dumping. You know, unfortunately, you know, the camera's not going to stop the dumping, but we do work with them so that they can issue the proper municipal summonses to municipal court for those violators.
Something isn't working. And I'm not saying something isn't working with the people in the vehicles dumping trash, but you have the landlords dumping trash all over the place. Well, evicting people. Tell us on cable, on West Bend, it's become just a dump site. So what's the reason why those 3 areas and throughout the city, I'm sure there's places maybe in other parts of the city, Gentilly, maybe in the east, and don't want to single out any neighborhood, but what's the reason why these cameras aren't picking up or we aren't working with our crime fighting departments to figure out how do we stop the illegal dumping, because it's costing the city on the back end with the sanitations pickup.
Right, and obviously the camera is just the first step, right? We catch the violation. We work with our law enforcement partners for them to take the necessary enforcement action, and then it's incumbent upon the courts at that point to hold the violator accountable. The cameras are working.
Okay.
And quite frankly, we see incidents all the time. Our cameras have red and blue flashing lights. They're overt in nature, and not only does dumping occur, other heinous crimes occur. The camera's going to only be there to document the incident, and we work with our law enforcement partners for them to take the necessary enforcement action.
Okay, so the log jam may be more of the criminal courts, well, the municipal courts.
Perhaps.
And I just want to make it clear, we're not asking for more like facial recognition or anything like that, but just the cameras that can catch the people doing illegal dumping, which is very detrimental to our city, is what we're trying to prevent. Not infringe anyone's constitutional rights, but that's a big problem, the illegal dumping throughout the city.
Yes, sir. We work with the 4th District a lot, Officer Kendrick there, in order for him to take the enforcement action on those dumping violators.
All right, thank you.
Ross, without going into a lot of detail about compromise investigation, were the cameras used after people broke out of the jail?
We were able to catch some in the area, cameras that we recently installed near the 504 Gulf development where they crossed the interstate. Unfortunately, because of the delay, I don't believe that video provided much in terms of forensic value, but we did in fact catch folks in that area, determined that that's part of their path of flight. We also used the cameras in the French Quarter area and in the CBD later on in that process.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know there's lots of debates about cameras and privacy, and we'll hear more about that, but we also have to be realistic and recognize that, for example, when you have an emergency and somebody breaks out of jail, that the cameras are also used as a device to capture people who are breaking the law.
Yes, sir, and to your point, we take an all hazards approach to the use of these devices. We use them regularly. Fortunately this year we haven't seen as much, but the years that we see heavy rainfall, especially during the summer months, and we start seeing flooding, we've got a whole flood plan where we are notifying our partners at Sewage and Water Board and Public Works of the areas that we're starting to see water holding in the streets. We obviously have got cameras near critical underpasses that are subject to chronic flooding. So we take a fully all hazards approach to these devices.
And further to Councilmember King's point, if it's dumping, if it's a building falling, it's quality of life issues above and beyond just looking at somebody's face.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Green?
Now, we can only use facial recognition in instances of violent crime reaction, right?
Yes, sir. The police can only use that in those.
According to our ordinance. But who else can use facial recognition in the city?
I'm not certain.
What other departments?
Other than the police, I'm not certain.
Everybody but the New Orleans Police Department has that capability. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the apprehension of the escaped inmate?
Which one?
The one who was apprehended using, I just want to know if these are facts, using facial recognition.
It is my understanding that the facial recognition deployed that resulted in the apprehension of that inmate was through Project NOLA, is not
Project
through
NOLA.
the city's real-time crime center.
Right. So in other words, there's another, it was done by the state of Louisiana. They apprehended a very dangerous suspect, a very dangerous person using facial recognition in the French Quarter because it was available to the state to use, right?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with an instance where a suspected child molester was arrested here in the city of New Orleans after coming here from Florida?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
It's my understanding that that occurred through Project NOLA's facial recognition.
Facial recognition. So someone who is an accused child molester thought that he could come to the city of New Orleans to get away. But because there was advance notice that he might be here, facial recognition was able to be used to apprehend him to get this dangerous individual off the streets. I don't have anything other than that to say. At the end of the day, it's technology that can be abused, but I'm not going to let us ignore the fact that it has worked in a couple of instances to apprehend people who were dangerous to the citizens of the city of New Orleans. I look forward to continuing the work to make sure that no technology is abused, but I also want to be a realist relative to it being one tool among many that can be used to apprehend those who are doing bad and who have done bad to our citizens.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so that escaped inmate was arrested through Project NOLA, correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. It's also my understanding that I think apparently we're taking the time today to talk about the facial recognition and the expansion of facial recognition using city cameras. I guess my question would be to you today, and I appreciate the fact that we use our cameras, our real-time cameras, and we say real-time network, real-time cameras for things beyond just tracking crime. And I think it's important to highlight that, for example, that you guys do use that technology to also observe rising waters and also to give information throughout the city as far as different hazards that exist to allow us to maximize our manpower with technology, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If we were to expand our camera network, if we were able to expand facial recognition, what would prevent ICE from having you use that network to maximize their ability to identify undocumented immigrants?
It would be an internal policy that we would have to, at that point, create and adopt and/or a local ordinance.
And are you aware of the state law passed by Senator Jay Morris that says that if a government official does not, or appointed a person, or governmental employee does not work with ICE, that they will go to jail?
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
Okay, so does your internal policy trump state law?
No, sir.
Okay, so you cannot adopt an internal policy, nor can any other agency that is in conflict with the law, correct?
You're right. Yes, sir.
So once again, I ask you a question. If ICE calls and says, hey, I want to use your cameras to go look for immigrants, you literally couldn't stop them.
Under that law, you're right. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that concludes this presentation. I have comment cards, I know, but it's for Homeland Security. So, thank you, Ross.
Because everybody
Appreciate it.
uses it except
All right, Homeland Security, you're up next. Councilmember Green, you want to say something? Councilmember Green? Huh?
You all can start whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing us to present our budget for 2026. As far as our, we removed the slide as requested. The 2025 goals that we had were substantially completed. There's a few outstanding things that we have over the next couple of months to close out, but I'm confident and comfortable with the goals that we established last year and what we've been able to accomplish this year, even despite some challenges earlier on in the year with priorities. As far as our 2026 goals, we've worked hard on these and thought about what we can do in this current budget environment. We have been following the budget hearings with other departments. I think the high line of what I would like to say is that we will take the budget that has been proposed with 30% reduction, and we will do everything in our power, as we always have in NOSEP as a small department with a small budget, to make sure that we're providing the same level of service that we have always provided to the city as far as emergency preparedness, emergency management operations, hazard mitigation, and of course our public engagement and communications through NOLA Ready. And I don't anticipate a challenge there. As far as our specific goals, obviously we want to develop and have been developing to deliver an effective transition process for incoming city officials, both here in the council and of course the mayor's office. And that transition process will include a lot of what we do regarding the city's crisis and consequence management system and all of our plans and procedures. We work very closely with the current Plant Moran, who's developed a transition plan and transition report for the incoming administration. And I have reviewed that, and I feel very comfortable with what we have outlined to them. And then just as far as, making sure that new administration, new council members are all ready for, particularly coming in January, ready for Mardi Gras, French Quarter Fest, Jazz Fest, then the like, and then of course, a hurricane season. We are going to adapt departmental operations as necessary to prioritize maintaining those core emergency management functions that I spoke of, and work very hard to limit any impacts to services to the greatest extent possible, despite some budget reductions and some current staffing limitations that we have. We're going to continue to focus on what we can do with volunteer engagement, developing a strategy that is less focused on the NOLA Ready Volunteer Corps and individual recruitment and training of volunteers, and working harder as we have this year with our NGOs and nonprofits and others, particularly what we call VOADs, which is Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster. Your Salvation Armies, your Red Crosses, and then a lot of our local NGOs that assist us in disasters, Community Lighthouse Program and others, to leverage their volunteer networks to assist us when we need them. And we've been doing that now for a year and a half in absence of a volunteer coordinator, and that has worked for us. And we're going to continue to focus on that. On the hazard mitigation side, we're going to continue to administer all of our federal grant-funded home elevation, coastal restoration, and infrastructure programs. And we, other than home elevation, which is something that the Hazard Mitigation Office handles pretty exclusively, those others, as far as coastal restoration and infrastructure, or green infrastructure, we are the support agency that helps them get those grant dollars, and then we come in on the back end to assist them with making sure that the grant that they're getting and what their project is, and helping them kind of navigate that process, and we'll continue to do that. We have had some challenges this year with the city's flood warning system. I have two employees that both are contributing time to do that, and it's been good work. But we've have had to make some investments in that program this year, particularly because of poles being struck by vehicles, and we've had to replace quite a few. And so we're going to continue to prioritize those installations. There's 13 of them around the city, 13 installations of multiple poles and infrastructure that allow us to know when underpass flooding is occurring in the city. And then, of course, maintaining with NOLA Ready our existing community engagement strategies, and try and continue to refine what we do to target vulnerable communities, particularly the elderly, those that are less mobile, and those that have pre-existing medical conditions. And that's looking at things like evacuation and the potential for possible refuge. We'll get to it a little bit later in the slide, but I'll reiterate. I believe that NOSEP can operate to the same level that we have over the past year, over past years, with the budget reduction. In easier terms, we will pay the bills. Some of the things I'm concerned about, though, are obviously things that come up quickly and without notice that require attention and potential funding. There's a lot of times where our partner public safety agencies and other agencies or departments in the city will come to us for assistance with a resource or asset that they cannot get themselves, and we typically work very hard to provide that. Sometimes that can be accomplished with federal grant funding. We do have, or have had in the past, Homeland Security grant funding that we have used to great effect to assist our partner agencies with those. We will have to really drill down and prioritize those requests as they come in 2026. And I would also include in that training and exercise. A lot of our training and exercise we are able to put in under federal grants, which is a good thing. But and I'll explain in a little bit. We have some limitations going on with that right now, or at least it appears we do. And so bringing in a training that requires some sort of subject matter that we don't have in-house could be more of a challenge, but we'll do everything we can to prioritize those and make sure that that we're ready to go with those. So with the operating budget, I'm not as concerned. I am concerned with the personnel budget on a couple of fronts. One, I am down 3 budgeted vacant positions, and I have been for a year and a half. I'm at a point in an office of what is budgeted for 2026, 18 people. I'm at a point where I can't lose anymore, and I am going to lose one of my best employees by the end of the year. He's moving on to another position and out of the city, and I'm happy for him, and he did it the right way, and he's going to work, he's going to work hard to the last days here. But my concern is that if I have more vacancies, I need to be able to fill them. So if this is the 2026 budget is what I am getting for personnel, I just need to know that I have the ability to refill or rehire for positions that may tend to move on, and that's kind of where I'm at on that end. And then on the other front, I will just say that about half of my office is unclassified. These are not high-earning, high-salary unclassified employees, and many of them are in hazard mitigation. They are working directly with the community, particularly vulnerable populations. They're in NOLA Ready, and any talk of a pay reduction for them is, I think, going to be a morale killer, and these folks get great experience here in New Orleans in this emergency management and emergency preparedness. We are probably one of the test beds for the United States and maybe the world in how we operate here and how many times we are called to work for disasters and major special events and other things. And so I'm very concerned about taking someone's pay at this point, or any part of their pay. Another aspect of this is, we're all salary in NOSEP, and we are not compensated for, say, things like last night. We were here till 3 a.m. with a concert, and we'll be here again tonight until 3 a.m. with a concert that was not scheduled. Whether it was scheduled or not, we're not compensated for that time. And so my people do this because they love this city, they love their job, and they value the work that they do. But there is a tipping point where if you're going to take people's pay, not you, if pay is going to be reduced, that's a concern. The budget request is self-explanatory, other than the personal services, which I have some questions about the proposed unclassified pay reduction. We will take those 3 positions that have not been filled and we will absorb that, but I can't in good faith tell you that losing any more people is going to be, we're going to have a level of ability and readiness, particularly for activating the Emergency Operations Center for an extended period of time that, we get a lot of help from fellow or partner agencies and a lot of support in the EOC, but the physical facility itself and scheduling and having someone there to actually be responsible to maintain that facility 24/7 while we're activated starts to become an issue. In NOSEP, we don't have we don't have a deep bench. We don't have lines of succession in a lot of our things. So we try to be as generalist as possible when we're activated during an event, special event, or a disaster, where all of my folks, I have supreme confidence in them that they can handle any emergency management role that is given to them during a disaster. But when we're under blue skies, what we call pretty much normal daily operations, everyone has specific roles in the office that they fulfill. And if I lose one of those people, I'm losing a line of operation, and I have to compensate for that. And so that's kind of the, where I'm at, and I'm not gonna continue droning on about it, but that's where I am with the ability to make sure that if we do have further vacancies in the future, that we are able to refill those. Go to the next one. I've covered this, I think, and it doesn't need to be belabored. We're going to do everything we can to ensure the service that we need to, and I don't see an issue with that. We were asked about some things about low-hanging fruit, ideas that possibly could be implemented, at least in the short term. These are some of the things that we came up with. I want to preface this by saying that this is, focused more on us looking at our department and the situation that we're in, being an administrative department at City Hall that is also considered an element of the public safety network in this city and also essential. And so some of the things I'm going to talk about are not going to work for everyone, but I think could be something that should be looked at particularly for a department that might be in the same situation as NOSEP. One thing citywide I think we have to look at is, to the greatest extent possible, our communication with the federal government at this point is going to be very critical. We have received some information over the past week that a large chunk of our Homeland Security grant funding, that's the UASI program, the Urban Area Security Initiative, which is a regional grant that we share between Orleans, Jefferson, Plaquemines, and St. Bernard parishes, Region 1 in Louisiana. That grant has been, FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security, the federal government, reduced that grant to zero and then gave that money to the state of Louisiana. This is troubling and disturbing for us. Our award this year was $4.5 million as a region, and Orleans and Jefferson stood to receive about $1.7 million each. And we had already been discussing with New Orleans Police Department and other agencies about how we could spend that $1.7 million towards further fortification and physical security measures particularly for downtown and for the French Quarter. But I would add that a lot of those security measures can also be adapted for other areas of the city during special events, as we did during Jazz Fest, to great effect on Gentilly Boulevard and on near Mystery Street and Sauvage. And so these are types of things that now it appears that we are not going to have this funding. It's been taken from us. That also has a downstream effect with some of our education and training that we provide, grant-funded equipment that we buy for other agencies, grant-funded, and quite frankly, some of our yearly expenses for subscriptions and things for a lot of the software and different programs we used for emergency management, we are able to pay for with grants. And it appears, at least at this point, that that's not going to happen. So I think that one of the, and it may be obvious, but one of the things that we need to do now is, to the greatest extent possible, really advocate with the federal government for the city, because I know that the Homeland Security grants we receive are not the only grants that are being reconsidered or canceled right now. I know that health and Dr. Avegno are having the same issues as well. And so anything we can do to try and use intergovernmental relations to get them to reconsider on some of these things is going to be critical for our city. And that's one of the kind of low-hanging fruit or obvious things that I think we need to really focus on. And we have a new administration coming in, and I think that that's an important message that I would like to convey. I think that, and this is not to blame anyone in particular, but I think that citywide our procurement and purchasing process needs some evaluation, and possibly if there is ways to develop policies that streamline some things. It takes far too long to make purchases in this city. It takes far too long for procurements. And I believe that in turn slows down things. And we see it even at our level in the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness too. So I think that any views that we can take on that are going to be, and any type of policy changes and streamlining or something that isn't going to necessarily cost money, but could potentially reward or benefit the city and all of us, both government and our residents, with being able to get things done more expediently. Again, this next suggestion is not necessarily for everyone, and I realize there's legal implications involved as well for other work groups, but speaking as the director of a department that has members that have worked over through 2025 and have conservatively spent over 100 hours not compensated for their work in the Emergency Operations Center during major special events and other activations for weather events and disasters and things. I don't think the city has done a review of comprehensive time since 1980. I believe that the fair and judicious use of compensatory time offered for exempt employees and those that are possibly unclassified and salary is something that could boost morale, increase retention, and would not cost the city anything additional as far as overtime. And so I think that, possibly looking at and developing policies towards administrative employees and compensatory time would be something that would be beneficial to the city. And on the same note, studies have been done that flexible and alternative work schedules, to the greatest extent possible, are something that I think that the city should look at, whether it be 410s or 312s for certain employees. Again, this won't work for everyone. I know that I've worked with this council, in particular Council Member Harris, to get pay raises for my staff, and I cannot express to you, and I do every time, but how appreciative I am for those. I'm going to be blunt. I thought it was well received, obviously, but what I am finding, particularly with newer hires and those that are coming from that are younger, is that work-life balance is as important or maybe even more important now than just salary. And there's one thing about the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness is that the one thing I cannot offer you is work-life balance. The job by nature is not remote. The job by nature is long days, weekends, holidays, and nights, sometimes with little notice, which makes it difficult to plan a life, plan a vacation, plan any type of time off. And then adding into that when you're off, you're always by your phone. It's a difficult job. And so if there is a way to look at developing city policies on alternative work where I know that and it's been proven, that if I can get the same or more productivity out of an employee during 3 or 4 days of the week, and then I know that I can give them some days off before they have to come in for a major special event, for an activation, or anything over the weekend, I just think that that would be worth looking at. And that, again, is something that we were asked to provide some examples of things that would work for folks that aren't going to cost extra money, and this would not. And so with that is my presentation for NOSEP for the 2026 fiscal year, budget year. I stand open for any questions, and my team is here as well. Thank you.
Any comments from the dais? Any public comments? Councilman Harris will take those. This is Devorah Pearlin, followed by Ahmad Jabbar, then Ms. Those two comments first.
Good morning. My name is Devorah Levy-Perlman. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm a volunteer with the Cut the Check campaign. This is a campaign that we launched earlier in the summer at the beginning of hurricane season for People First hurricane policies. Knowing at the start of the hurricane season, as it is every year, that our city is facing down the threat of increasingly severe storms due to climate change, knowing that our communities face the threat of flooding, of severe damage to their homes, major disruptions to their lives and sources of income. And yet our city remains shamefully unprepared. And so this is a campaign that we built from hundreds of conversations that we had from people across the city. Our campaign has over 1,000 signatures of New Orleanians who have signed on to the petition. And we've gotten endorsements from several of the former city council candidates and community organizations, as well as we've made attempts to contact all of the current elected officials. And our demands include not only preventing the current proposed budget cuts to the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, but actually a 10% increase specifically to prepare our city for these rising floodwaters, hurricane-force winds, or other dangers that hurricane season might bring. We also are demanding the expansion of the city-assisted evacuation program because we need to increase the number of evacuation sites, especially in low-income areas, and lower the threshold from a Category 3 to a Category 2, at which point that program is activated. And we really need to ask ourselves, why is there this lack of transparency? Why is there a lack of accountability in the city where we are all impacted by floods and where we have a budget deficit of $160 million because of the tourism industry, because of the Taylor Swift concert and the Super Bowl, and yet 1 in 3 children in the city are living in poverty. So really we need to ask ourselves, where is the funding going? The funding needs to be going for...
Thank you. Ahmed Jabbar, Kieran Spencer, Darnell Phillipson, Angela Kinlaw.
Good morning. My name is Ahmed with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and the Cut the Check campaign. I'd like to talk about how the city defines safety and how it chooses to fund it. So as we've learned, this budget intends to gut NOSEP. NOSEP is a department that provides a lot of critical services like city-assisted evacuation. That's the one that makes sure grandma doesn't get left behind when you evacuate. Now, in the meantime, the NOPD in the budget proposal is slated to get a $15 million raise. So the city, though it's claiming to be investing in public safety, on the one hand, with the other hand, it intends to gut a department that actually makes survival possible. When you choose to underfund evacuation, maintenance, and communication, there's nothing natural when people die in a natural disaster. By any honest metric, preparedness is public safety, and it costs a fraction of what policing does. So if you were to take that $15 million for the NOPD raise and move it to city-assisted evacuation, you can, for example, with $3 million, hire 30 full-time, well-paid CAE staff. You can, for another $3 million, fund 2 extra evacuations per year, giving the program the flexibility to activate for Category 2 storms like Hurricane Zeta. Pickup sites in every single senior and assisted living facility in the city would be $2 million. You supply 60 neighborhood evacuation hubs with solar batteries and first aid kits for $3 million, and they double as mutual aid centers year-round. $2.5 million buys 5,000 portable power units for seniors so they don't have to run a generator indoors to cool their insulin next time there's a blackout. And $1 million modernizes and translates the alert system so everybody knows their options when it counts. That is $14.5 million, every life-saving upgrade on that list for less than the cost of 1 police budget increase. I'm asking council to reverse the cuts to NOSEP, redirect the $15 million police increase to people who actually protect the city, and commit to a permanent 10%.
Thank you. Karen Spencer?
My name is Kieran with the Louisiana Party for Socialism and Liberation and the Cut the Check campaign. I'm here with a simple demand. Fund NOSEP like our lives depend on it, because they do. Our Cut the Check campaign calls on the city to reinvest in our communities by increasing funding to NOSEP by 10%, expanding the city-assisted evacuation program, and committing to real accountability and transparency. While the city's 2026 budget proposes to slash or flatline most departments, the NOPD alone is set to receive an 8% increase. Meanwhile, NOSEP, the agency that coordinated New Orleans' disaster response, tracks flooding, and manages hurricane preparedness, is set to receive a 19% decrease from last year's budget. And I'll just say what everyone in this room already knows: we can't police our way out of a flood. Crime rates in New Orleans are at a historic low, while flooding and extreme weather events are only worsening every year. The city averages 62 inches of rain annually, and 90% of homes face severe flood risk. Yet we still don't have a dependable citywide system to track where and when that flooding happens. Instead, residents are left to document rising water on social media and in neighborhood group chats. The biggest public safety threat we face isn't crime, it's climate disaster. NOSEP already has the authority to fix this, to collect neighborhood-level data, coordinate agencies, and strengthen early warning systems. What's missing is funding. That's why we're calling for a 10% increase to NOSEP's budget. Redirecting even a fraction of new police spending toward proactive resilience could build a real-time flood data network, improve emergency coordination, and save lives when the next major storm hits. Because we all know it's not an if, it's a when. Real safety means preparedness. So once again, I implore you, fund NOSEP like our lives depend on it, because they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Darnell here still? Darnell? And then Angela.
So I just wanted to talk about being in support of having the universities maybe work with first respond, with Homeland Security, because, I mean, you have 80 to 100 at Tulane University. I mean, you've got ROTC, you've got Homeland, and if there's a way that you can get them to fill in, it just might make things a lot easier. And I remember years ago, that was one of the things that right after Katrina, that was one of the reasons why they either extended the program or started the program at SOPA, was because they wanted more backup in case we ever did have anything like Katrina again. So I don't know. I mean, it's in one of the cooperative endeavor agreements that is online. It spells it all out. So, and they received financing from like the World Health Organization for it and whatever. So, but I think that that's a really good point. Like, I mean, I was if watching all this go on with this concert last night and then today, it would have been great to, to use ROTC guys, and, the guys, the students that are in this program, through SOPA. I mean, it's people that are being trained to do this, and it's boots on the ground and firsthand experience. So that's it.
All right, thank you. All right.
Could I add one thing?
Yes, absolutely.
I appreciate the comment. Something we're working on right now, as of even up to Friday, we had a meeting, and we're excited about this. We have a professor with Tulane with the School of Public Health and Emergencies that actually used to be a NOSEP employee, and we're working with him and his team very closely to develop the actual training for hurricane season this year, including some new ideas around decision-making and crisis decision-making that they have been working on both with Texas A&M and the University of Oklahoma. And they want to do that for the new administration, for the new council, and I think that that's going to be a partnership that's going to be really exciting. So I appreciate that comment in particular.
Thank you. All right, Angela?
Thank you. And it's Mr. Collin? Okay. I wanted to just kind of double down on previous comments about wanting proactive solutions and not reactive engagement. One of the reasons we've also doubled down in opposition to facial recognition is because we know that it is a racist technology. It's not that we're talking about technology in the hands of some neutral condition. We're talking about it being in possession of state agencies. And when it is, it has been proven to be time and time again to demonstrate criminalization, and we don't want that. We also find it disingenuous to use examples of one case or two cases here where facial recognition is used to solve an issue around child molestation, because we know that child molestation has been allowed to run rampant in the New Orleans Archdiocese. And time again, whether we're talking about the rape test kits that are for adolescents, if we cared about young people, if we cared about children and families, we would always be trying to be proactive and not trying to do things that we know do not prevent situations or solve them. Because if we cared that much, we would see that consistency across the board. We do not. Therefore, we want our money proactively invested in children and families. And I've named specific items, I've named dollar amounts, and we stand by that.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I'll let it go. I made my point already.
Okay.
It's
All right.
It solved a very important crime, and we'll move forward in the future. That was not really the presentation that Mr. Colin Arnold made on Homeland Security, but we'll agree to disagree. But it's important to recognize that technology is part of the future, and it does help to enhance the quality of life for people in many ways, and that includes in the criminal justice system. In some instances, it works. I'm pleased that this city council has put in place safeguards that make sure that the technology would not be abused here, or that no technology would be abused here. But to ignore the benefits of certain technology and keeping our citizens safer, whether that be one tool or another, is just to ignore what the people are saying, including in a recent poll where 70% of African Americans polled said that they want the police to have the technology available to them, which includes facial recognition. But I'll move forward on that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to everybody at the table. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Last up, Aviation Board. And then again, as we get situated, just a reminder to everybody again that we start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll take a break midway through because I think there's an event a number of us are going to go to, and we'll resume after that. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, members. Pleased to be here today to present the airport's proposed 2026 budget. Let me say first a couple things before getting into the slide presentation. Just a couple comments, a couple things that aren't in the presentation. First, we're proud to report that we had another exceptional year of providing good quality service for the traveling public, good quality and efficient service for the traveling public, keeping costs low for our stakeholders and the airlines, while providing a good product. This past year, we were recognized again for our efforts in our overall operation, as we were for the fourth consecutive year named the best airport in North America in our category of airports by Airport Council International's ASQ Survey Awards. Also hosted successfully a major Super Bowl event with a record-breaking employment day from the airport as a result of the Super Bowl. Also, we've launched a new brand identity, which we feel better captures the modern experience that we provide at the airport in the spirit of New Orleans hospitality. We also expanded our concessions program with two new high-end retail locations. One, a Mac, Joe Malone, Tom Ford location, and the other is the duty-free operation. We implemented a musician residency program, which really we had a music program in place already, but this brings more depth and structure to the overall music program. And we expanded the capability, or eased the ability to use our MSY Guest Pass program to make it easier for folks to take advantage of the ability to go out into the secure concourses of the airport. As we look ahead in the current budget, I think you'll find we've been very prudent in putting this budget together. There's not a whole lot of movement in the overall cost or numbers in the budget. We feel we've been very efficient and very prudent and very smart and directed in how we established this year's budget. Into the presentation, the four primary areas we'll work through are the 2025 airport accomplishments, personnel, our goals for this upcoming year, and the actual budget summary and budget request. In our budget presentation last year, we set these department goals for 2025. The Taxiway Sierra project construction to be 100% complete through the year, which was accomplished. A very important, very critical safety project for the airport. A baggage handling system modification. It's modification of the system as it existed to help increase the efficiency of that system. We did get through that project 100% complete. You'll see a project following that to grow the system that we have plugged in for this year. We want it to be 90% through the master plan by the end of this year. We've actually achieved 90%, and it really looks like we'll be fully complete by the end of the year. Completed the administrative office project. We indicated last year to add some office space in unused areas of the new facility. And the only reason the next two show 75% is because we're only 3/4 of the way through the year, but we're hitting those targets in cost per employment and our DBE, SLDBE goals. Also on the air service front, to remain active and look for opportunities to grow air service. And you'll see on the next slide, as it relates to air service, it's been a pretty productive year. We've had a good bit of new air service added. One that particularly stands out to me being a grandfather of a week-old grandchild in Austin, Texas, is the new Delta service, nonstop to Austin, Texas. But several of our carriers have come through for this market in a big way. Breeze, I have to point out. You see all the activity with Breeze. Breeze, when the Los Angeles and Las Vegas routes start in February, will be up to 16 destinations from this market. That's pretty significant. And also being a part of the first group of airports to receive international service from Breeze is major as well. With the Cancun service, that I'm sure will go to other destinations going forward.
Kevin, can I ask you an unfair question, which is there's been a lot of news lately about some of the budget airlines contracting. Do we expect then Breeze and other airlines to pick up more of their routes?
What will happen?
And again, I'm putting you on the spot. I don't mean
we are in what's called an origin destination market, an O&D market. This location drives the market, and our air carrier service that demand that's derived in this market. If someone is having difficulty in pulling off routes, someone else will step in and service that demand that's there. I guess that's the nicest way to say it.
I understand.
But the others are watching.
Very diplomatic. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide really points to the success of our terminal concessions program. You all probably can very clearly and distinctly recall the concessions program as it existed in the former terminal before the move here. The move into this terminal and this new concessions program just really heightened that experience and drastically improved our offerings, to the point that each year, as we reflect back in the current year versus 2019, the last full year of the old program, while employments are down, concessions revenues are significantly up, and that's really reflective of the program that's in place and how it's attracted users. So you can see 25 versus 19. With employment year to date tracking about 7% below 2019, concession sales are up 41% over that same period of time. Also, the cost per employment, we strive constantly and consistently to keep our costs reasonable and low to our users, to our stakeholders, particularly our air carriers. And maintaining the cost per employment. Our commitment with the expenses at the North Terminal brought to fore was to work to keep our CPE below $10. Now, as we grow more and have more capital projects down the road, that will push it. But our commitment to the North Terminal, you can see even with this year's budget, even though we're starting to bring on some new projects on top of the North Terminal project. We're still tracking at $9.91 below the $10 mark and right around the median for all airports in their CPE for air carriers. So keeping a reasonable cost for the air carriers. Jamie McCluskey sitting next to me, Deputy Director for Planning and Development, and Philistine Ferran on the end, our DBE Liaison Officer, will speak to this current slide.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. Jamie McCluskey, Deputy Director, Planning, Development, Construction for New Orleans Aviation Board. The first project that I'll touch on that are either complete or happening this year, the MSY administrative offices that the director just talked about. That was 20,000 square feet of offices, 2 levels. Accommodates about 100 employees with still some room to grow. That project was expedited, so we got in at the end of last year, December. It was originally expected to get in on February of this year, but we expedited that one. So that one is 100% complete. The CBIS BHS, that's the baggage handling expansion. That project includes expanding the capacity by 25%. It builds out the remainder of the footprint, and it's consistent with our master plan and will service future air service as it comes online proactively. The Express Shuttle Connector Road, that's a project that is primarily funded with IIJA funding, a combination of both discretionary and entitlement funding. That project received about $26 million in that funding, and it connects the north side of the campus to the south side of the campus with a segregated roadway. That accommodates, on average, about 9,000 passengers a day that go back and forth, and those could be either passengers or employees that work at the airport. The next item that we have on there is runway 220. That's our north-south runway. That project is nearing a notice to proceed. We had design of that project on the shelf from earlier this year, and we were fortunate enough to get AIP funding available from the federal government. So we moved very quickly into procurement, and we're able to capture that money. That's roughly about $22 million in AIP funds, and runway 220 is at its 20-year lifespan, ready for its rehabilitation. So that project will move forward in the beginning of the next calendar year. And then we have two projects, two parking lots, both adjacent to both the short-term garage and the long-term garage. It accommodates about 380 more parking spaces. We call that the overflow lot parking lots. So one's next to the short-term garage, one's next to the long-term garage, and that project is nearing a notice to proceed in the near future, and we'll build that project out over the next calendar year. And with that, I hand it over to Philistine or Kelly.
Thank you, Jamie. Philistine?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Philistine Ferran. I'm the DBLO at Louis Armstrong Airport. The next slide that you're looking at is regarding our DBE participation for the fiscal year of October 2024 to September 2025. I will begin with the DBE program non-North Terminal construction. And as you can see, our goal was 25.64%. And we are attaining or have attained 34.75%. The second set of graphics is for the North Terminal construction contract. Our overall goal for that was 33.9%, and we are attaining 25.14%. This contract is still in closeout, and so that's estimates. The next one is our SLDB program, which is our city, state, and local program funded. And its overall goal is 35%, and we are attaining 43.14%. And that's mainly due to the success of a lot of our projects have been prime DBEs that have been able to get the contracts. Our final slide is for our ACDBE program. Our overall goal for that is 23.93%, and at this moment, we're attaining 25.26% of participation.
Okay, thank you, Philistine. Next on the personnel, just quickly on this slide, you'll see the listing of our positions.
Mr. Chairman, I had pressed
Yes.
my button.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I wanted to wait for this part of the presentation to ask you guys a question. In most of your categories, participation categories, the city and other agencies struggle, but y'all consistently seem to exceed the goal in most of the category. What are y'all doing differently that the city, sewage and water board, school board, and other entities aren't doing? Because when I look at the airport and who participates at the airport, from African American men and women regionally in DBEs, from prime to participants, I know a lot of the people because I've met them. They seem to do extremely well at the airport. Why are you guys so much better than the city, the sewage and water board, the school board, and other municipal agencies?
I think mainly it's because we hold the prime contractors responsible for attaining the goal. We don't just take their bid and say, okay, you're offering us 35%. We track everything. When they give us the bid, we look at the persons that are on the bid. We verify with all of our subs And I think our most successful part of that is because of our compliance requirement.
So y'all will actually communicate with the sub to see that they're reaching their dollar amount and what's their level of participation?
That's right. And because if they give us a number.
You don't just rely on the prime's word?
No, no. It's all verified. We require quarterly reports, and in some cases, with their invoices, they're required to do a monthly report that shows we want to know where the money is going, when it's getting paid, and making sure that the DBEs that are on the contract are receiving the money.
Right.
It's not just a word amount. We verify, we keep in touch with our DBEs, and they have to report to us.
So what about the cases where that DBE is a prime or has a sole source contract? Because I know you guys have what would be considered minority contractors who've won national awards to do service in the airport, and very rarely do we recognize that here. So how is it treated if that quote-unquote minority contractor is a prime? Or do y'all have, I think in y'all cleaning contract and some of y'all landscaping and maintenance contracts, I think that you guys actually have.
We get to count all of those dollars.
Right.
Okay, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And they go through the same compliance requirements. We have a site monitor that's on site, making sure that the persons that's supposed to be doing the contract is doing the contract, and that the prime as well as the subs are fulfilling on their.
And that's to make sure it's not a pass-through.
Exactly. Because we cannot count the money if it's a pass-through. We have to ensure, especially on a federal contract, we have to ensure that the sub that is hired to do the work is doing the work.
And congratulations on all the awards the airport has won, especially with cleanliness, maintenance, and even with just the overall general appearance. You can see it when you travel around, and I think that's actually DBE that does that work.
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And on the personnel front, the next slide, just quickly on this slide, our total budgeted FTEs remains the same, 278. What's moved some, it's the net of new hires and departures. We've actually closed the gap on getting closer to the overall FTEs that we have. We're up to 230. Actually filled now. I think last year we might have been in the 211-ish range or something like that when we presented. So we have moved up some. Next slide is the organizational chart. That just lays out and defines our 6 primary divisions under the director, along with the community engagement compliance is really the DEBLO, is Philistine's position. And the 6 divisions are represented here today with the 6 deputy directors. As far as our goals for next year, Jamie touched on a couple projects. We have an East Apron expansion project that is ongoing or that will be starting soon, that we would like to have at least 75% complete by the end of '26. The Express Shuttle Connector Road that Jamie was just speaking to, the first phase of it, the north half, the most critical phase because that gives us immediate benefit. We'd like to have complete 100% by the end of the year. The northern half of the connector road is what takes all of our shuttles off Veterans Highway and all the traffic signals between the south and north campuses. So that's where the big benefit is. It's why as we paired this project and phased it, we went with the north half of it as the first phase of the program. The CBIS and BHS expansion, that's check bag inspection system, baggage handling system expansion. That's on top of the modifications we noted last year to that system to improve what was there. This is actually growing the system to give it more capacity and hope to have 75% complete by the end of the year. The overflow parking lots, I'll note on parking, that as far as our close-in parking inventory, our overall parking inventory, in both cases, you may not believe, but in both cases, we actually rate in the top half of our peer airports and what we provide, the capacity we provide. But we're still initiating a project that will bring some more close-in parking into our overall operation, and we'd like to be fully complete with that by the end of the year. The Runway 220 project that Jamie spoke to, that's 20 years, that runway hasn't been serviced in this manner in 20 years. It's due, and it's a very critical safety project for the airport. Maintaining our cost per employment and meeting and exceeding our DBE and SLDBE goals, and continuing to push for air service growth. The airlines, given the type market we are that I described earlier, the airlines for the most part do a pretty good job of identifying the needs and filling the need, but they miss some. So that's where we come in, and we're constantly, in a very proactive manner, in front of the airline, speaking to missed opportunities or routes that need service that aren't being serviced. And now I'll turn it over to Norman for the actual budget summary and request.
Good afternoon. Norman White, Deputy Director of Finance and Administration, Chief Financial Officer. We look at this year's budget as relatively flat. Last year we were at roughly 181 million. It's moving up to 184, 3.6 difference. Clearly you can see for personnel costs, we're slightly down, not a major fact there, but operating costs were up about 3.7, and that's tied to things like some of our security contracts with Jefferson Parish, and also increased security within the airport. Insurance premiums are going up across the board everywhere. If we also look at it for our maintenance contracts, we get into our preventive maintenance mode, property maintenance and other projects we're putting online, we're upping our maintenance associated with those activities, but that's pretty much it.
And with that, we'll take any questions.
Councilmember Green.
I don't have any questions, actually, but I just want to thank you all for your reports that you submit that I have a chance to review, your participation in the Transportation Committee meetings, and also for sharing some very good news. I mean, moving in the right direction in many respects. I'm glad to see that this year is going to be busy moving forward on construction projects that keep people to work.
Right.
I do have, I guess in a way, I don't have a question, but I want to make a comment. I think that the communication that you have with St. Charles Parish and Jefferson Parish is good communications. Maybe you could talk about it a little bit more so that the public knows that we own the airport,
Right.
that we recognize the issues involving the other parishes that are involved with the runways or involved with the operations. Maybe you can talk about that for a second.
Absolutely, and it's very important given our location. You know, we are owned by the city of New Orleans, but our airport resides in Jefferson Parish, primarily in the city of Kenner. And a runway project to extend the east-west runway, back in the late 80s, took us into St. Charles Parish. We do have representation on our board from both parishes. We have 9 members, 7 out of Orleans, 1 Kenner representative, and 1 representative from St. Charles Parish. So they are represented on the board. We are in ongoing communications with both entities, as it particularly, or especially, as we're looking and pushing into major programs going forward, either through efforts like the master planning effort we have ongoing right now, that's defining another major program, or really even through the permitting processes and so forth, drives pretty thorough communication as it relates to any major project moving through there. And just as a matter of doing good business, we communicate on a regular basis with both or all 3 entities, actually. In the master planning process, given it's such a significant process, we wanted to ensure in that project, and our consultants were impressed with what we drove as a makeup of our community advisory committee. We wanted to ensure through that process that we had very good representation from St. Charles and Jefferson. Through that process, there's actually more elected officials from those two parishes on the Community Advisory Committee than from Orleans, than from New Orleans. But just representative of the fact that we saw it as very critical, given our location, that there be good, strong participation for those entities, along with tourism entities, business entities, neighborhood entities from those parishes or those jurisdictions are also included on the Community Advisory Committee of the master plan. So it's just an ongoing thing. It's very critical. It's very important. And you'll see that continuing going into the future.
I've spoken to many people from Kenner especially, and they're pleased with the developments that are taking place in Kenner that result directly, whether it be a hotel construction or, you know, the number of people employed. So I just encourage you to let me know how I can assist with communications. It's such an important factor, but we're certainly moving in the right direction in a way that benefits the entire region.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
All right.
Thank you all very much for your presentation and your patience today.
Okay.
And the good work. We appreciate it. Thank you all so much. All right, we'll stand at ease till tomorrow at 9 a.m., everybody. Thank you.